budget briefing, the Committee on Finance, to hear the budgets of the Department of Interior and Local Government, Local Government Academy, Philippine National Police, National Police Commission APOLCOM, National Youth Commission, Philippine Commission on Women, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, Philippine Public Safety College, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Bureau of Fire Protection. Yes, and of course, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Vice Chair, also the Chair of the Committee on Public Order, Senator Vice Chair Bato de la Rosa. Morning, sir. And we also have online virtually, also another Vice Chair of the committee, the Chair of the Committee on Blue Ribbon and Justice, Senator Francis Tolentino. Morning, Your Honor. And of course, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to our friend, the former colleague, the Secretary of the Department of Interior Local Government, Secretary Ben Harabalo. Sir, morning. Thank you for joining us. We'd also like to acknowledge Chief PNP, General Rodolfo Azurin, as well as the other officials of the DILG. To make sure we don't miss out on anyone, can we ask the COMSEC to read the complete list, sir? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons. Undersecretary Marlo Iringan, Under Assistant Secretary Esther Aldana, Undersecretary Attorney Lord Villanueva, Undersecretary Attorney Margarita Gutierrez, Undersecretary Attorney Juan Victor Llamas, Undersecretary Serafin Barreto, Assistant Secretary Attorney Adelon Saraba. Director Sarah Jane Cerezo.
Excuse me, I just want to acknowledge also another Vice Chair of the committee, the Chair of the Committees on Local Government and Housing, Senator J.V. Hurst. Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Yes, please proceed, COMSEC. Thank you.
For the Local Government Academy, we have Assistant Director Esmeralda Daphne Pinel. And then from the Philippine National Police, we have Police General Rodolfo Azurin, Police Major General Jesus Cambay Jr., Police Major General Emmanuel Ronaldo Olay, Police Major General Emmanuel Peralta, Police Major General Ronaldo Olay, Police Major General Eliseo Cruz, Attorney from the National Police Commission, we have Attorney Alberto Bernardo, Acting Chief Llewellyn De Castro. The National Youth Commission, we have Chairperson Ronald Gian Carlo Cardema, Budget Officer Felcy Chavez. From the Philippine Commission on Women, we have Attorney Christine Rosary Yuson Chavez. From the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, we have Ed Tahir Lidasan. From the Philippine Public Safety College, we have Police Brigadier General Ferdinando Sevilla and Ms. Mylene Rondina. From the Bureau of Jail Management Penology, we have Jail Director Alan Iral, Chief Superintendent Rico Bontas, and Budget Officer Mila Fe. Yeah. From the Bureau of Fire Protection, we have Fire Director Louis Rakan and Chief Inspector Elmarie Astudillo. From the Department of Interior and Local Government, we have virtually attending Oscar Valenzuela, Undersecretary for Peace and Order. Undersecretary Felicito Valmasina, Assistant Secretary Florida Gihan, Director Loida Linson, Director Nora Velasco, Director Mary Rose Vilches. From the Support for the Local Government Program, we have Richard Villacorte, and Financial Management Service, we have Gaudencio Apostol. Um, we also have Colonel Jeanette Florence Cappuccino, yes, and then John Cheal Ponan. In the planning service, we have Assistant Director Vilna Santamina, John Frederick Lawrence Onkinko, Pauline May Vocal. The local government academy, we have Rochelle Doriandes and Yuli Enrique. The National Youth Commission, we have Arturo Magadan, Cristobeth Jacinta Madrigal, Ayan Joy Coronel, Conrado Rigor, Johnny Camille Mane, Evie Nicolas, and Marichu Grace Luxon. From the Department of Budget and Management, we have Mary Ann De La Vega, R.V. Unyada, and Maria Amor Atutubo. From the Commission on Audit, the representative is Marlene Arato and Elvira Lasara. That would be all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Comsec. We'd like to turn it over to our colleagues for any opening statements they may wish to make. I think Senator Bato does not wish to make any opening statement. It's the same with the chair. So we'll turn it over to Vice Chair Senator JV, sir.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to the DLG family. Anyway, as the chair of the Committee on Local Government, I'm very, of course, I'm here to hear, of course, to listen to the budget of DILG so that we will know how we can supplement or even augment the programs, that the budget that will be needed to programs, because this is very essential, Mr. Chairman, in the President's directive. That is to rebuild the economy. Peace and order is one of the main factors in how we can create a climate conducive for business to grow. So be rest assured that we are here. It's the chairman of the finance himself, no, who will conduct this hearing, because this is of utmost importance. And be rest assured that as the one who has defended this budget when I was here for the last for 3 years. I be rest assured that I will be very supportive, being a former chief executive as well, and I understand that there are a lot of challenges, no, especially with the Garcia Mandana's ruling that will be implemented. That is being implemented this year, so that will be probably those are the issues that we have to discuss also this morning. So that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Yes, we share in your remarks, Your Honor. Maybe another Vice Chair of ours, Senator Francis, wishes to make some opening remarks, sir.
No opening statements, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tolentino. Well, before I turn it over to Secretary Ben-Hur for his statement, I just want to state for the record that at least for the past 4 years, and possibly even beyond, this committee has increased the budget of both the DILG and the PNP. We've been consistent. So, Sec, mga katulong niyo po ito. Ito yung mga sumusuporta sa mga budget niyo. Senator JV, Senator Bato, and in the past, of course, Senator Ping, former Chief PNP, was also very supportive of your budget. So, I think that's a trend that will continue, especially kayo po under your leadership, which is very dynamic and we feel is reaching out to the legislators also to update us. So salamat po, Sec. We're open to any presentation you and the heads of the various attached agencies may wish to make, sir.
Magandang aga po. First, a pleasant good morning to our chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and of course, Senator Francis Tolentino, and all other members, to my colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. Maybe I could finish this in 12 to 15 minutes, just a few slides. The BILG's drive for good local governance in order and public safety will remain strong and steadfast in 2023. As our role becomes more relevant at a time when we transition into a new administration, overcome the lingering effects of COVID-19, as LGUs continue their own transition into a landscape, they are expected to deliver more quality services projects to the constituents brought about by the Supreme Court ruling on full devolution. For the next 6 years, the department's priorities are anchored the word unite, which is synonymous with and supportive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. for the country and the people to work for as one, to overcome the numerous challenges in front of us and the development of the country. Allow me to break it down the word unite. You shall unleash the maximum potential LGU towards good local governments, which is crucial as they manage additional resources due to the High Court's favorable decision on the Mandanas Garcia petition, as well as the accompanying high expectation by the people for better and quality service. And shall nourish the demands of the national and local governments, addressing key sectoral concerns affecting the Filipino community. INT shall represent innovate governance processes, systems, automation, and the use of ICT to further improve the delivery of public services to every Filipino. This is a key to improving public service, minimize human intervention, and thus less opportunities for corruption, and possibly more investments and businesses in every LGU. Lastly, E, we shall enhance the capabilities of the department and our attached agencies to meet these priorities and other emerging challenges headed on our way, both in the local governance, peace and order, and public safety. As such, our proposed budget for 2023 shall be wisely and judiciously spent to achieve our tasks and priorities, namely, number one, we shall enhance LGU capacities in the efficient deliveries of developed services and functions. Number two, strengthen the LGU's capacity to recover from the socio-economic shocks and impacts of the pandemic. Number three, institutionalize LGU preparedness, resilience to disasters, as well as in managing risk and crisis. Number four, emphasizing and advancing the rights and interests of the youth, women, and children, every Filipino, and stepping up the fight against insurgency, criminality, illegal drugs, the triumph of which shall help bring about development and stability to the communities and to the lives of our people. Number six, and internally, the need to strengthen the department's capacity to carry out its mandates and comply with various presidential directives and priorities. These initiatives shall be pursued using the 251 billion pesos budget allotted for the WLG, which happens to be a mere 0.70% higher compared to our current appropriation of 239 billion. The breakdown of the WLG's budget proposal for 2023 as follows. It's here in the slide, sir. As shown on the screen, 6 agencies of the department have lower budget allocation, lower for 2023, as compared to their current appropriations. The first is my office, the Office of the Secretary, which covers operations of our central, regional, and field offices. The second is the Local Government Academy. The third is the NAPOLCOM, or the National Police Commission. The fourth is the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. The fifth is the National Youth Commission. The sixth is the Philippine Commission on Women. Again, all of these offices have lower budget allocations. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 agencies have registered an increase in their current budget levels. These are the Philippine Public Safety College, 11%, the Bureau of Jail Management and Technology at 5%, the Bureau of Fire and Protection at 2%, the PNP, or the Philippine National Police, 0.42%. Shown on the screen is the status of funds of the department in 2021 and 2022. We note that 2021, the BALG reached a total of 96.7% disbursement, while in June of 2022, the BALG has recorded a total of 93.1% disbursements rate. Notably, 7% of the budget goes to the personnel services. 87% po ang sweldo ng aming budget. While 12% goes to maintenance and other operating expenses, and 1% capital outlay. On a per agency basis, this is the breakdown of the budget per expense class. May I point that 5 of our agencies were not given budget allocation for capital outlay for 2023. Now, let me provide the highlights of our 2023 budget per expense class. Our budget for personal services will be for, number 1, retirement and gratuity for the retirees of the PNP, BFP, and DGMP. Number 2, benefits of 1,447 compulsory retirees. Number 3, royalty pay. Number 4, creation of 2,000 fire officer 1, 1,000 jail officer 1, and 1,000 patrolmen and patrol women, as well as 200 Philippine Public Safety Academy cadets, and the filling of 18,509 unified positions in the PNP, BFP, and BGMP. On the other hand, the MOOE will be for, number 1, implementation of projects that will enhance the governance and service delivery capacity and efficiency of LGUs. Number 2, maintenance and operating costs of fire stations, fire trucks, jail buildings, prisoners' van, police stations, police vehicles, and police patrol operations. Number 3, provision of subsistence and medicine allowance for the projected 152,556 persons deprived of liberty. Number 4, quick response fund for the PNP and BFP. And number 5, rice subsidy for the uniformed personnel of the Tri-Bureau. For the next slide, the capital outlays, our budget will be the following. Number 1, construction of 60 fire stations. By the way, we're lacking more than 120 stations all over the country. So this is for the construction of 65 stations, 1 district jail, perimeter fence, 4 jails. Mind you, the capital outlay is only for 1 district jail and perimeter fences over the country, and 11 police stations. Number 2, procurement of 41 fire trucks and 6 ambulances, 3 collapsed rescue vehicle trucks, 14 BJMP transport vehicles, 461 patrol jeeps, and 120 personal carriers. Number 3, acquisition of firearms and communication investigative equipments. And number 4, the procurement of various furniture and fixtures. In the next slide, we shall discuss the highlights of the DILG's budget per agency. For the Office of the Secretary, the 2023 budget will be used to continuously promote governance and to enhance LGU capabilities for them to effectively perform services devolved to them per the Local Government Code of 1991.
Sorry to interrupt, Sec. I just wanted to acknowledge the presence of our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Thank you.
Magandang umaga po, Senator Coco Pimentel. If I might continue, sir.
Yes, sir, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. So, this is the Office of the Secretary budget. It will be used to continuously promote good governance, enhance LGU capabilities for them to effectively perform good services devolved to them. The Local Government Code of 1991, and as reiterated in the Supreme Court ruling on the Mandanas-Garcia petitions particularly. Number 2, to measure LGU performance and provision of awards and incentives through the Seal of Good Local Governance. Number 3, enhance CSO and citizens' participation. Number 4, capacitate LGUs to improve LGU competitiveness and ease of doing business, which includes the digitalization of LGU processes, swifter and more efficient delivery. Number 5, heightened accountability to fact finding and case build-up against every local officials. Number 6, advocate for decentralization, institutional reforms. Lastly, monitor and evaluate LGU infrastructure projects, which is important to ensure projects implemented by LGU and meant for the people are delivered accordingly and on time. Next slide will show that to bolster our peace and order initiatives, two, number one, our intensified drive against illegal drugs, violent extremism, insurgency to bring about peace and development in communities. Continuous strengthening of local institutions for work is to work in partnership with the PNP and peace promoting groups as a way of improving opportunities for development in LGUs, and the continuous operations of the 9/11 emergency services to ensure swift government response to emergency and distress calls by the general public. As the agency mandated by law to be the vice chair for disaster preparedness, our initiatives for environmental protection and disaster resiliency will be continued and scaled. Cognizant of the fact that disasters and their unprecedented frequency and magnitude shall stall governance and development and bring hardship to the people, as well as the strengthening of our internal capacity through ICT to keep up with the need to automate processes for more efficient delivery of services. The local government academy continue to be the department training arm, which shall provide key and relevant capacity enhancement initiatives to LGUs and LG personnel the following. Number one, enhance LGU's capacities in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation through Operation Listo. Number two, capacity development for newly elected officials, building in peace-challenged communities and LGUs. Number three, intensify the operations of the DILG School of Local Governance. Number four, continuous provision of awards to deserving officials and units of the department and allied organizations. And number six, the continuous initiatives for research studies, formulation, monitoring, and evaluation. The next slide will show the PNP, the Philippine National Police, will continue pursuing its mandate to serve and protect the Filipino by, number one, increasing its manpower capacity through the hiring of 1,000 patrolmen and women, which is expected to further improve the police. Its population ratio is 1 for every 494 inhabitants. Number two, construction of 11 police stations to increase the fill-up rate to 68%. Number three, procurement of police vehicles, firearms, communication, and other equipment to improve the PNP's move, shoot, communicate capability. Lastly, the provision for a quick response fund that will ensure fast and reliable police response and mobility during disasters and calamities. Now, sa ating pong mga bombero, the Bureau of Fire Protection, the funds will be for the hiring of additional 2,000 fire officers, which will improve both the fill-up rate of 63% and the fire officers to population ratio of 1 every 3,161. Number two, the construction of 65 stations, which will increase the fill-up rate to 90%, thereby reducing the number of municipalities without fire stations. Number three, procurement of 41 fire trucks that will improve the fill-up rate to 71%. And lastly, the provision of a quick response fund and procurement of DRR equipment to increase the BF's rescue and response capability. The next slide will show the Bureau of Jail Management Technology budget, which is designed to improve the safekeeping of the persons deprived of liberty to the following. Number one, the hiring of additional 2,000 jail officers, bringing the fill-up rate to 42.58%. Number two, construction of District 1 jail in Baran City that will increase the number of jails that are not congested from 140 to 141. construction of perimeter fences in jails to strengthen jail security and prevent escape incidents, procurement of transport vehicles, firearms, communication equipments to improve the current fare rates, provision of subsistence and medicine allowance with a projected 152,556 persons deprived of liberties, and the implementation of the integrated jail management information system, the digitalization of the BJMP operations. For the NAPOLCON, or the National Police Commission, the budget will be the payment of police benefits, speedy resolution of administrative cases involving policemen, as well as the PS requirements of newly filled positions. It will also spearhead strong police community relations critical to preventing and addressing peace and order challenges on the ground. Konti na lang po, last 2 minutes or last 1 minute. The Philippine Public Safety College shall pursue the professionalization of uniformed personnel to the following. Number 1, cadetship program for 200 more fire and jail cadets. Number 2, conduct educational courses for 445 participants and mandatory training courses with 10,850 projected participants. Number 3, implementation of the Master Education and Training Program with 9,775 participants. And lastly, the continuous improvement in the quality of education and training through research and development, extension curriculum, enhancement, faculty development, and M&E. The next slide, the Philippine Commission on Women, it will continue to work for women empowerment, among others, ensuring the gender responsiveness of government policies, plans, and programs. Through PCW efforts, we are optimistic that gender-based violence will decline and respect for women and children's rights will improve. The next office will be the National Commission of Muslim Filipinos. They will continue the implementation of the social, cultural, economic, and social protection programs to address the needs and concerns of their brothers, the Muslim Filipinos. The National Youth Commission will focus its sights on the continuous support and capacity development interventions of the Sangguniang Kabataan and youth organizations in the country, so they will become active partners in addressing the needs of Filipino youths. So, Chairperson, our dear senators, this concludes the review of the DILG's budget for 2023. The entire DILG family assures the committee that we will be efficient and effective in the implementation of our reforms initiatives through the budget allocated to us for the fiscal year 2023, as we advance the realization of our Unite agenda for the unity and development of the Filipino people, our communities. Sir, we are now ready to answer the questions from the Honorable Chair, members of the committee. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Ben-Hur. We'd also like to acknowledge the virtual presence of Senator Bina, who's also a vice chair of the committee, our chair of the Committee on Tourism. Morning, ma'am. So we'll go to the questions. We'll first recognize our chair of the Committee on Public Order, also our vice chair, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Go ahead, sir. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, to Napolcom, we have the Executive Director here. Attorney Bernardo, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Your 1.905 billion DBM approved budget, 835.145 million will be used for the payment of police benefits, which includes survivorship and disability benefits, including pension. From that amount, do we know how much beneficiaries will be covered by the 835.145 million? And can you give us a disaggregated figure as to how much will be allotted for survivorship benefits, disability benefits, and pension?
Good morning, Your Honors. Thank you, sirs. The application thus far submitted to the Applecom
for pension benefits and sorry, sir. I'll take away my mouse. Yeah. Yes, sir. The number of the beneficiaries that are supposed to be covered by the said provision, sir, is dependent on the applications of the beneficiaries and the person concerned. These are supposed to be adjudicated at the regional level, and thereafter this will be escalated to the national level. We have
So, wala kayong figure, sir? Kung ilan yung ating mapabigyan dyan? Depende na kung ilan yung mag-apply.
Opo, sir. Meron, sir, kaming application dito sa amin. Ang application, sir, sa amin ngayon
Yung kuha na lang, sir, yung existing ngayon na nagkiklaim, may number ka? For this year, kung ilan yung nagkiklaim?
For 16 claims.
we have a claimant of 469 at the moment, sir. And we have been able to release 304,968,834 as of September, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next question is it true that the status of those who have been considered as permanently and totally disabled are tagged as separated and not retired? Because this was intimated to me by the PNP Total Permanent Physical Disability Retirees and Survivors Association Incorporated Pensioners in one of our informal meetings here in the Senate. Can you enlighten us on this issue?
No, sir. They are been determined to have been suffered for certain disability in line of duty, and they will be considered as such to be entitled to the benefits afforded by law, sir.
Oh,
They are considered the PNP who have been injured or been afflicted with sickness in the performance of their duty, and they will remain to be so. We don't reclassify them, sir, outside of what has been provided for by law.
yeah, because the complaint is that they are not considered as, they are not classified as compulsorily retired. Separated ang kanilang status. So ang complaint lang, kawawa itong mga retirees na ito eh. We consider them as heroes kasi binuwis yung buhay nila sa serbisyo. Ngayon, tinamaan siya, nag-enkwentro siya ngayon ng mga drug suspects. Tinamaan siya ngayon dito. Tinamaan yung kanyang spinal column, gulay na siya ngayon sa bahay niya. And yung enkwentro, that was beyond his control. Tapos ngayon, porque hindi siya umabot ng 20 years sa serbisyo, ang classification niya is separated, not retired. Therefore, he cannot avail of the pensions, the benefits of those compulsorily retired. Parang unfair tayo sa kanila ba? Dahil ang mga natin ito sila, nagipagbarilan ito ng mga kriminal. Tapos ngayon, ang gulay na, pabayaan na lang natin, hindi na natin alagaan. Para bang unfair, di ba? Pwede mo kami ma-enlighten dito dahil sa armed forces, ang kanilang comparison palagi, sa armed forces, iba ang treatment. Pag sundalo ka tapos ganun ang sitwasyon mo, you are separated dahil ay nag-retire ka dahil injured ka sa in line of duty. Ang treatment nila is compulsorily retired. Sa atin sa PNP, bakit parang separated ang treatment sa kanila? Alam ko, lahat ng decisions ninyo merong legal basis. Gusto ko lang sana ma-inform mo kami kung paano namin kayo matutulungan in terms of legislation. Baka meron kayo gustong ipa-amend para naman sa kabutihan ng ating mga kapulisan na naging bayani. Thank you po.
Senator, ngayon nga po sana yung ilalaman doon sa modernization ng PNP na kung sakaling mayroong masaktan, mabalda at hindi pa siya retirable, subalit dahil sa sanhi ng kanyang karamdaman, hindi na siya makapagserbisyo, sana po gaya din ng Armed Forces na masakop sa compulsory retirement at full benefit on top of doon sa benefit sa kanilang mga medical expenses. Yung detalye po ipapaliwanag po ng Chief PNP.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, sir. Sir, ang nangyari po, sir, kasi dito, sir, is there was a DOJ opinion, sir, which was given to the DILG and NAPOLCOM, sir, 2 years ago, sir. During the time of nag-umpisa yan, sir, nung time ni Chief PNPC na, sir, na ang sinasabi, sir, ng DOJ ruling, sir, is dapat iisa lamang po, sir, yung benepisyo na tatanggapin ng ating TPPD na PNP. At the same time, sir, yung those who are retired optionally. Kasi, sir, dati, sir, dalawa po, sir, ang tinatanggap na benefits ng ating mga PNP, sir. Dahil ang naging, sir, ang naging policy dati, sir, is pag ikaw ay hindi ka na makakapagserbisyo because of nagkaroon ka ng disability, you will be optionally retired, and at the same time, sir, makakatanggap ka, sir, ng disability pension. Naging dalawa, sir. But based doon sa DOJ ruling noon, sir, na inilabas, dapat iisa na lang yun, sir. Kaya nga, ang nangyari po, sir, yung mga optionally retired na PNP, sir, natin, yung kanilang pag-process ng kanilang benepisyo, it was transferred to NAPOLCOM po, sir. Dahil ang sinasabi, sir, pag TPPD ka, doon ka mag-claim sa NAPOLCOM. Supposedly, sir, yung mga nag-apply ng TPPD, parang that's one way of encouraging them, sir, na hindi mo na
You
kaya
explain,
mag-service, sir.
General, sorry, but
Yes,
you
sir.
explain what TPPD is for those who are not familiar with the acronym.
TPPD, sir, is that is the total permanent disability po, sir, na sir, na classification ng ating kapulisan, which is equivalent to the CDD, sir, ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, sir. So ang sinabi po dati, sir, sa amin is the PNP or the NAPOLCOM, naka-tie po, sir, tied po yung hands nila, sir, because we have to follow, sir, the DOJ opinion po, sir, unless one of the retirees should file before the court questioning po yung sir, yung interpretation ng ating DOJ, and then maibabalik po, sir, yung it's either maibalik po yung dalawa po ang kukunin na remuneration ng ating mga police na nagkaroon po ng TPPD or nagkaroon po ng disability, sir. So we really need, sir, to resolve this issue, sir, before the courts po, sir, dahil ang sinasabi po ng DBM is nag-claim na kayo doon sa NAPOLCOM. Kaya nalipat po, sir, yung pag-claim ng ating mga TPPD doon sa NAPOLCOM, at isa na lamang po, sir, yung kanilang benepisyo na tatanggapin po, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we respect that DOJ opinion. That's not a ruling. That's only their opinion. And hindi naman siguro yun kung after talaga kayo sa kabutihan ng ating mga kapulisan, you subscribe to the law kung ano sinasabi ng batas. Kasi sabihin ko sa iyo, yung paragraph 1, section 75 of RA 8551, amending section 73 of RA 6975, states that an officer or non-officer who is permanently and totally disabled as a result of injury suffered or sickness contradicted in the performance of his duty as duly certified by the National Police Commission and finding and certification by the appropriate medical officer that the extent of the disability or sickness renders such member unfit or unable to further perform the duties of his profession shall be entitled to 1 year's salary and to lifetime pension equivalent to 80% of his last salary, in addition to other benefits provided under existing laws. So additional lang yung sa NAPOLCOM. Yung dapat matatanggap nila sa PNP, dapat itutuloy pa rin yung sa kanila.
Totoo po yun, Ginoong Senator, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Meron kasing audit observation po yung COA na sinasabi na merong double compensation. At pagkatapos po nun, inakyat po yan sa Department of Justice. Sinusunod po yung position ng COA na may double compensation. Sa kadahilanan nga po na ang doon po sa mga provision of law, hindi po nadodoble yung allowance. Kami po tuwin po namin sana maamendahan po itong Section 73. Yun lang po ang pamaraan para po maibigay po natin lahat ng benepisyo, lalo na po yung mga nagsakripisyo, line of duty. Suporta po kami doon.
Yes, sana bigyan mo ako ng para i-amend natin yan.
Yes,
Tulungan natin, Del. Kawawa itong mga tao ito. After nagamit natin ito sa ating trabaho, pabayaan na lang natin itong mga tao ito. And to think mga bata ito na disgrasya. Pag bata ka pa na disgrasya sa serbisyo, mga anak mo maliliit pa.
totoo yan.
Ngayon, meron pa additional issue. Aside from that, sila ngayon gulay. Nangangailangan talaga yan ng medisina. Ang yung natatanggap nila dito, pangbili lang ng medisina. Ngayon, isang issue pa yung mga anak nila, hindi na malagaan dahil maliit pa. Yung sila namatay gulay na sila. Talagang deteriorate yung kanilang health. Biglang namatayan, aga pa. Meron pa kayong isang policy dyan na yung transfer of benefits. Unlike doon sa compulsorily retired, na habang buhay yung asawa, siya ay tumatanggap sa benefits nung namatay na police. Pero ito ngayon, in the case of that separated, as you classify it, yung mga TPPD, hanggang 5 years na lang sila magtatanggap ng benefits. 5 years, nga ang pamilya ng heroes natin, wala nang magdagastos, wala na matatanggap. Yung mga bata, maliit pa masyado. So let us be fair to them. Sana asikasuhin natin ito. Sabihin natin, alam ko nagkalulubas yung mga DOJ opinion na yan because of issues noon na sabi na malaki na masyado ang pera ng gobyerno ng gagagastos dito sa retirement ng mga pulis at sundalo. Kaya anong magagawa natin? Nagservisyo din sila. Hindi natin sila gastusan. Parang unfair naman sa kanila, di ba? So please, sir, help us, help them, by providing us your position paper.
Mr. Senator,
Yes, sir.
100% susuporta po kami sa inyo. At naniniwala po kami na dapat lamang tulungan ng pamilya at ang mga bayani na naging capacitated dahil lamang sa pagtulong. What we will do right now is give you the pertinent data, lalo na kung kano po sila kadami para ma-compute po ito. Pero sana maunawaan ang lahat because of this COA ruling and because of the DOJ yung palito ang kamay ng naportera at DILG. Pero sumasang-ayon kami na talagang dapat baguhin po ang batas at bigyan ng benepisyo ang mga nakapacitate po.
Yes, sir. Madagdag ko
na nabaldadong mga kapulisan.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat, sir. Maraming salamat. May isa pa, sir, dyan. Yung one rank higher. Yung compulsorily retired, yung benefits na matatanggap nila is one rank higher. So meaning, mas malaki ang matatanggap nila. Ito ating mga PPPD na talagang yung iba dyan, forgive me, please ako dati, alam ko. Yung iba dyan, nakapagtumpong sa real retired dahil tago lang sa opisina. Ayaw yan mag-operate doon sa labas. Nag-retire yan, sa loob lang ng opisina yan, hindi yan nakapag-field. Pero itong ating mga PPPD, na-retire ito dahil na kwentro, nakipag-away ito. Ayun, hindi natin i-upload sa kanila yung one rank higher. Ako, unfair pa rin sa kanila eh. Siguro pagbigyan rin natin, gamitin ang one rank higher din yung kanilang benefits na matatanggap. Okay, hindi sila nakaabot ng 56 years old sa serbisyo, hindi siya mabigyan ng one rank higher. Ikasalanan ba niya yun? Nakipag-inkwento siya eh. Beyond his control yung nangyari. So dapat nga, doblehin pa natin kung may marami tayong pera, doblehin pa natin yung bigay dahil mga hero natin ko sila. So, yun na po, sir. Ang sa akin.
100% po. 100% supportado po kami dun sa panukalan yan.
Thank you very much, sir. Maraming salamat po. At least, confident ako na mag-push ako nitong legislation na ito na supportado niyo ako dahil sigurado ako ang ayaw dito, DBM na naman. Ayaw na naman DBM pag-pera, pag-usapan, hindi pwede yan dahil mabuti kayo, pera lang ng bayan pinag-ilagaan ninyo. Ito mga polis na ito katiwasayan, peace and order ng ating bansa ang pinapangalagaan ito. Kaya sana magiging considerate tayo. Yun lang po sir, maraming salamat po.
Siguro naman sir, hindi magiging issue to sa DBM dahil hindi naman ganun kadami sa tingin po ko po, no? Pero ang binigay nila, buhay nila. I mean, for the rest of their life, magiging maldado ka, napakabigat po nun.
Pero sir, kunting-kunti lang ito sila. So sana bigyan natin ng pagtingin. Mr. Chairman, pwede pa isa pang question?
You still have 5 minutes, sir. So, pero tanong lang natin with your indulgence, Vice Chair De Rosa. The figures, Your Honors. May figure ho ba tayo? Ilan yung PPD?
Nasa bilang po ng 436 po.
Kunti lang.
Kakayanin po yun kung pahihintulot lang po lang sana ng COA at saka ng DBM. Gagawin po namin yun.
Oo.
Yes, Minority Leader, with the permission of Senator Bato. Yes.
Lumabas itong issue because swerte natin, meron tayong kasama sa Senado na former policeman na from the ranks talaga, babad sa field, alam niya yung sistema, naging PNP chief, naging senador. So, pagharap niyo sa amin, sir, pero ang expectation ko kasi, sir, sila yung mga experts sa fields ninyo, sa areas nyo. Sana yung idea mismo nanggaling na sa inyo. O, paano pala kung wala kaming kasama na former PNP chief or galing sa PNP na as a fellow senator? Di, blind din kami. Wala sa experience na. Lawyer, ang alam ko, korte, ganun. So, si Senator Bato ang nakalabas na idea. But sana, ang gusto ko sana nga, Mr. Chairman, makita yung if there are ideas, good ideas,
Activism.
galing sa inyo. I mean,
Pero sumusunod din kasi sila sa order nung COA and
precisely. So, makita nila merong anong tawag doon, incompatibility,
conflict.
may unfairness. Doon kay General Asurin, if you're also a policeman, may unfairness sa mga tao mo. Speak out. Yung idea kasi, di ba, the life of the law is not actually logic but experience as applied. Oh, so swerte lang namin we have this 8-star general here before us. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Back to you, Vice Chair. You have 3 minutes left, sir.
Yes sir, thank you. Ilan yun sir? 400? Yung PPD natin?
436 po.
436.
436 po yung
36. Oh. Ikumpara mo sa nanalo ng loto. 400 nila. Tabla? O, tabla. Ano yan sa nanalo ng loto? Malit na number lang yun. Mas marami pag nanalo ata ng loto yung isang draw na yun. Ha? Hindi na natin. Tulungan mo kami.
Sige po.
Ha?
Ayawan po namin ng paraan kasi po yung audit observation po, meron ng kulatilya yung COA without prejudice to accountability and responsibility for NAPOLCOM to process the claims. Kaya inakyat po sa DOJ eh. Pero mag-submit po kami ng amendments dito sa section 73 ng 6975 po. Kaya para po Opo.
Sir, bigyan mo sa akin, ha? To this committee. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, isang question lang sa Bureau of Fire. Okay, Bureau of Fire. Ano lang update ng ating modernization? Alam mo, binibantayan talaga namin ito dahil dumaan tayo sa butas ng karayom sa pagpalabas itong batas na ito, di ba? First time ito ata nangyari itong batas na ito na nagkakaroon ng tapos sasabay kam, ratification na lang, natalo pa. Kaya, kung talaga, very dear to our hearts itong batas na ito. Kasi, ano ang update ito kung sunod ba ito? Thank you.
Your Honor, regarding the modernization program, in 2021, we have procured 148 fire trucks. In 2022, 118. And with the procurement of ambulance, for this year, 2022, we have 86 ambulance. Then 23 rescue trucks for 2021 and 2022. And the NEP for 2023, Your Honor, we included therein the construction of 60 fire stations, procurement of 41 fire trucks, and hopefully, Your Honor, with the endorsement of the Honorable Secretary, our concern really, Your Honor, is the usage of the fire code fees. Annually, we are only authorized to use 1 billion pesos out of the total collections of the fire code fees.
Magkano pa lang this year?
Last year, sir, we collected 2.5 billion.
Tapos 1 lang binibigay sa inyo.
Ano po yung automatic appropriations. Our request, Your Honor, is to fast-track the modernization program if only we could utilize the fire code fees collection of the preceding year.
Kaya nga, nakikinig ng DBM, makiusap tayo sa kanila na hindi na tayo nangungutang ng pera para sa modernization ng Bureau of Fire. Kukuha na lang tayo dun sa kanilang nakukulikta. Ay, hindi pa natin kaya suportahan. How much is dedicated for this year? Yung 2023?
1 billion, Your Honor.
1 billion pa rin,
It's always
fix
1
talaga.
billion per annum, Your Honor.
Sana, we are appealing to them na dagdagan nila yan, sir, para mas marami tayong mabiling fire truck. At saka, hindi lang naman fire truck ang mapupuntahan nito. Ang dami yung kailangan to modernize your agency. Ang dami.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
with the indulgence of Senator Bato, kasi ayokong habang yun na rin yung issue tungkol sa fire trucks. We know for a fact that yung mga 4th, 5th, and 6th class municipalities, hindi makabilian ng fire trucks sila eh. May I know sa ating director kung ilan po yung LGUs pa na wala pang fire trucks or fire stations pa lang? Kasi iba nanghihiram lang eh, di ba? Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor. At present, Your Honor, there are still 203 municipalities without fire stations. 203.
Just with your permission, we just want to acknowledge the presence of our Senate Majority Leader, Senator Gerald Villanueva. Morning, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I just wanted to say hi to all our friends here, especially our former colleague.
That's right.
And a very able secretary of DILG. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Salamat, Majority Leader.
So, Director, so 200 pa ang LGUs na walang fire trucks and
That's correct, Your Honor.
inalam namin para so that we will know how we will augment and supplement. Ang tanong ko lang with the indulgence of Senator Bato, again, ano bang distribution natin ito? Pag halimbawa, meron kayong 100 na procure for this year, kasi napansin ko po, Mr. Chairman, some cities and some first class, second class municipalities, nabibigyan pa nung galing sa DILG alam mo, nag-mayor din ako. Kasabay ko si Secretary Benhar. We were a 5th class and first class municipality na naging city. Kaya namin bumili. And we do not, ang sabi ko noon, ibigay na natin sa mga hindi afford. No? I'm sure you know that first class municipalities and cities very well equip themselves. Kaya nga noon, nung time na yun, sarili namin gamit. Pero nagtataka ako, there are still cities and first class municipalities na sila pa nakakuha ng mga bago, no? As you mentioned, 200 pa ang walang fire stations and fire trucks. So that has to be prioritized. Minsan alam ko naman, may mga parochial requests ang mga legislators para mabigyan yung kanilang districts, but dapat i-prioritize natin yung wala. Again, cities and first and second class municipalities can take care of themselves and equip themselves. Huwag tayong patadala na bawa ni-request ng legislator, sabihin nyo na lang, dapat talaga unahin yung mga wala dahil kakaawa ko kung magkasunog. Mr. Chairman, nangihiram pa sa karatig bayan. Sige, Director.
Sir, regarding the distribution of fire trucks, we use the 8 and 2 formula. Meaning, sir, 8 goes for the refleeting program. Most of the fire trucks now, around 400 is 40 years old and above. Nire-reflect muna natin, sir, yung mga first and second class municipalities dahil sa population density. Only 2 out of 10 goes to the fire station, to the municipalities without fire stations. Yan po yung formula po natin, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Meron pa kami doon fire truck sa Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur. Yung fire truck namin, yung gano'n, yung pag tumatakbo yung fire truck. Ngayon, di ba, dapat yung blinker at saka yung siren, pindot na lang. Yung doon sa amin, ngayon, buhay pa, iniikot ng isang bumbero yung siren. Pero ang tibay nun, ha? Dapat i-maintain mo yun dahil napakagandang fire truck yun, matibay yun. Hindi, serviceable pa. Gumagana pa. Pwede pa yun. Sa Bureau of Jail, BJMP. Yung nangyari sa Pututan, Iloilo, yung pumatong sa taas ng building yung mga preso, ano ba natin maiwasan yun na hindi na maulit? Sana hindi na maulit yun dahil nakakaya. Kalit lang ng pera ng pagkain ng preso tapos na-deny pa sa kanila. Kung totoong na-deny, ha? Hindi natin alam, baka mayroon nag-agitate nito mga preso nito from within. Sa loob, may personal na alitan doon na ginagatungan itong mga preso na ito na mag-react ng ganun. Pero yun lang, kung talagang ang issue is purely denial of their food allowance, so sana hindi na maulit ito. Yun lang sa akin sa'yo. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Actually, during the investigation, the underlying cause really, Your Honor, is that we have a new jail facility. Kasi old facility po yan. Na umakyat sila. We have a new jail facility. Then ililipat na sana natin sila. Doon kasi silda-silda na. So ayaw nila. So they use this, na umakyat sa taas. Kasi nakapagtataka naman na kung pagkain talagang problema, bakit ngayon lang sila nagreklamo? So sinabayan nila doon sa na ililipat na sila doon sa new facility. That is a 62 million worth jail facility, Your Honor. Alam nga naman hindi natin gagamitin yun, sayang yun.
Ayaw nilang lumipat doon.
Kasi
mas mahirap doon para sa kanila makadiskarte ng mga kontrabando na ipasok sa loob ng presuhan. Kaya ayaw na lumipat, ano?
Yes, Your Honor, nakasilda na yun. Pero just the same, we conducted the investigations kasi may pagkukulang din yung mga tao namin doon. Hindi nila din nabantayan na yung mga intelligence gathering, ganyan. So that's the story behind, Your Honor.
Basta importante, walang magugutom na preso dahil sa ating basic yan, sa ating uniforms. Nakawin mo na lahat. Pati asawa ng tauhan mo. Nakawin mo na lahat. Huwag lang yung pagkain. Yan, yes, basic yan. Yes. Pag pagkain ng preso, dinay mo sa kanila. Mahirap talaga. Ha? So yun lang sa akin. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I will,
Go ahead.
I will interject because yung thinking naman ng anak ng isang pastor, talagang wag ka magnanakaw talaga. Kahit lalong-lalo na yung asawa, Mr. Chairman. Just to put that on record. But also, Mr. Chairman, because we are already, I remember kasi si Senator Bato when he was defending the BFP modernization, I remember. And I was the swing vote, Mr. Chairman, if you would recall. And I love reminding our dear colleague Senator Bato about the swing vote, Mr. Chairman, because I fully supported the passage of this law. I just wanted to get just one quick update on the EMS, the emergency. Yung naglagay dun sa provision na yon because we found out that there are a big number of BFP personnel who are actually healthcare workers, no? And so we came up with that idea and we felt that it is a good idea and we're hoping that it is on track. At the same time, it is funded considering that we are on the verge of approving the national budget. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please.
Your Honor, regarding the EMS, actually, Your Honor, we have the biggest procurement per ambulance in 2022. 80 po yung nabili natin. Previous years, dalawa lang po yung nabibili natin. Because of your support, Your Honor, we really take note of that and we are on the right direction, Your Honor.
Kayo na yung bumili nun. Salamat, sir. Thank you again. Would like to put on record, galing talaga nung Senator Bato, Your Honor. Napag-usapan lang sa floor. Look, it's happening and it's helping a lot of people. Saving lives, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, remind ko lang yung Bureau of Fire that swing vote talaga yan si Senator Villanueva. Kung hindi yan lumipat sa atin, tapos na yung batas natin ngayon. Kaya pasalamat kayo dyan kay Senator Villanueva.
Mr. Chairman, since andyan
Minority Leader, go ahead, please.
Since andyan na rin tayo sa topic ng Bureau of Fire. Ang naging controversial naman dyan is this provision from out of nowhere nang galing, not from the Senate version, na arming you or allowing you to purchase firearms. Di ba? Kasi kalaban nyo na nga apoy, tapos meron pa kayong firearm eh. So ano nang status nun? So since pumasa na yung version na yon, what is it? Are you now busy or more concentrated on your firearms?
Your Honor, actually, based on the law, we are supposed to procure 2,282 firearms for the operative for our firemen in the 146 cities and 17 regional offices. However, when we requested for the DBM for the funding of the 2,282 firearms, they begged to defer it because of the shortage of fund. However, nag-request din kami, Your Honor, na may savings kasi kami ngayon around 94 million out of the savings from the procurement of fire trucks. And we request for DBM to authorize us to use our savings for the procurement of those firearms. The total costing of the firearms, Your Honor, is around 45 million. Kaya
45 million is good for how many fire trucks? Trucks, the arms, trucks.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of our minority leader, just to put on record, because the reason why I was against it is really because of arming all, Mr. Chairman. But it was Senator Bato, and Senator Bato would recall this instance when he explained to me the importance of the security personnel. So it's not each and every member of the Bureau of Fire Department. So just the personnel, because there were instances, and a lot of instances were recorded, that during the time of operation, habang nagpupuksa ng apoy ang ating mga firemen, may nakawan na nangyayari, may looting na nangyayari. So ito yung dahilan kung bakit nakumbinse ni Senator Bato at just to put that on record, no, kasi hindi yung mga nanonood sa atin baka akala lahat, every member bibilhan natin ng firearms, no. So just to put that on record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just to pursue the point of my my intervention.
Your question is,
I'm saddened with the idea to use savings from fire trucks to buy firearms. Ayoko na, thank you. So ang tanong ko na lang, I mean, but if that is within your power and authority, under your review systems, gawin niyo yan. Pero 45 million pesos is good for how many fire trucks?
The costing of the fire trucks, sir, is 15 million per unit. It's 3, Your Honor.
Good for 3. So the policy question is 3 more fire trucks or 2,000 plus firearms? Okay. So I think for the Bureau of Fire Protection, that should be a no-brainer because you know what you are supposed to do. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
yes, Senator Nancy.
With the permission of the Minority Floor Leader.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hindi, connected question lang. Paano ho kayo nagkaroon ng savings from fire trucks considering na kulang nga yung pondo natin to procure fire trucks?
Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, out of the ABC of the project for the procurement of fire trucks, the bidders, their bid is below the ABC, and therefore we have a savings of 94 million out of our
What is
procurement.
the
of fire
ABC,
trucks.
sir? What is ABC?
Approved budget ceiling, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, it's savings from the bidding, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also support the call of the Minority Floor Leader na baka mas maigi nga na pambili na lang to ng fire trucks kesa dun sa barel. Kasi kung may magandang coordination naman yung PNP tsaka yung Bureau of Fire, yung PNP can provide the security for our fire personnel during pag may mga sunog tayo. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Binay. So now we'd like to acknowledge Senator Francis, if he's still online. He was the first one present at the hearing. Vice Chair Francis, yeah, you have 10 minutes, sir.
just konti lang to sa akin yung I raised this during the confirmation hearing.
Medyo mahina yung volume niyo, sir. Baka hindi kayo marinig ng mga resource persons. Apa.
I raised this during the confirmation hearing of Secretary Abalos regarding the plight of our PNP.
Hindi ka marinig nung best friend mo, si Senator Bato.
Hindi niya marinig, baka
Mahina ho, mahina ho.
ito, naririnig na. Not yet.
We can go Senator JV first while you fix your audio, sir.
Yes.
If with your indulgence, yeah. Thank you. We'll go to Senator JV. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably for Secretary Abalos, no? Isa sa mga pag-usapan na natin initially will be one of the biggest challenges will be the implementation of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling. So, nasa na ba ang status ngayon and what do you think we have to do para so that we can make the necessary adjustments on how we will be able to implement this smoothly?
Well, sa totoo lang po, itong Mandanas Garcia ruling ay talagang medyo nag-create ng konting kaguluhan sa ilalim ng mga local government units. Itong taon na to, nadagdagan ang IRA, expectedly. Next year, mababa po ito dahil ang basis ng IRA is of course the previous income. No? Alam naman natin, pandemic po iyon. Na sinasabi kasi nung araw ng DBM is that to devolve functions of government, kailangan full devolution na. Pero alam naman natin na ang local government code ay ginawa 1 years na to. So, minsan yung pong mga fully devolved sa ngayon ay hindi practical. Kamukha ng construction of school buildings. No? Tapos meron ka pang mga barangay roads. Hindi lahat ng barangay kaya magpagawa ng sariling kalye sa ngayon. And further considering that the 5th and 6th class consists 19% of all municipalities. If you include the 4th class, that's about 45% of all municipalities. Medyo mabigat po. Kung kaya ang ating presidente po, ang ating mahal na presidente, si Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ay talagang nagbilin na hanggat kayang maalalayan ng national government ay aalalayan until we get this transition period. Ngayon po, mayroon kami tinatawag na devolution committee headed by the DBM at ako po ang vice chairman. Nagmi-meeting po kami at pinipresenta po namin ito. Kailan ba, because nagkaroon po ng EO 138, kung saan ito po yung previous na sinasabi yung, ito nga, if we devolve yun na. So kami naman dito, hinihimay namin isa-isa. Sa ngayon, anong pwede mong i-devolve, anong hindi, sino may kaya, sinong hindi. So, meron kami present sa Department of DILG. Nagbigay kami ng mga data sa lahat ng LGUs and I think 99% of all LGUs complied. Ano po ito? Ito yung form. Pinapila pa namin sila at nakuha namin ito. Gawa kami ng studies. Dito magugulat po kayo, LGUs ay may kanya-kanyang pangangailangan. For example, ang probinsya, importante sa probinsya ay agriculture and health. No? Pero magugulat kayo sa cities, iba. It's not agriculture and health. It's VSWD, social welfare and health. Health ay pumapasok pa rin. No? Mataas na ano. Sa municipalities, kung di ako nagkakamali, parang agriculture din and health. So, bawat LGUs, iba ang pangangailangan. Doon po natin makikita. So, bumuo kami ng suggestions na tinatawag namin 4 quadrants. Ano yung 4 quadrants na yun? Ika-classify namin ang local government unit sa 4 na classification. Based on capacity, based on performance. So yung una, yung high capacity, high performance, at yung pinakadulo ay low capacity and low performance. In between, yung number 2 quadrant will be high capacity, low performance. Number 3, high performance, low capacity. So base rito, makikita na namin kung anong pwedeng maibigay namin intervention na tulong from the DILG and the national government. Sa totoo lang, Senator JV, sa ating mga senador po ngayon, this is the short-term and medium-term solution. But the long-term solution will be the amendment of the local government code. At ako'y nananawagan at ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyo, Senator JB, at sa inyong Committee on Local Government that our lines are always open together with those of Congress kay former Mayor din, kay now Congressman Rex Gatchalian. Inilista na ho namin isa-isa itong dapat na ma-amend. Dahil dito, kunyari, nakalagay talagang full devolution. Maganda ang hangarin ng local government code. Napakaganda. But then, habang tumatagal ang panahon, dito natin nakikita parang bahay eh. Dapat baguhin natin ng konti. And one of these is to review and to visit yung mga functions na ibibigay. Ibibigay man natin sa parang anak mo yan eh. Ibigay mo itong responsibility sa nakakakaya. Mahihila, baka mahirapan. So nandun na po tayo, hinihimay po natin isa-isa. Mahirap gawin, pero yan po ang ginagawa ngayon ng departamento.
Thank you, Sec. I know that this will really be a challenge kasi mababago talaga yung yung proseso, no? But as per DBM lately, they will request that they would amend or revise the EO 138 para kasi minsan doon na, Mr. Chairman, doon natin nalaman, Mr. Secretary, kung kailan na-implement. That's when we know the challenges and the problems. So, kaya kung nagtatanong din, we have to make the necessary amendments and adjustments if needed. No? So that's why I'd like to thank also Secretary Abalos with the coordination with our House counterparts, is Congressman Rex. Hopefully, we can already form that team, no? So that we can already look into this so that we can make the necessary adjustments. Kasi medyo challenging talaga to. Noong una, magandang pakinggan, Mr. Chairman, kasi lumaki ang ira, lumaki yung share ng LGU sa problema, hindi na-devolve yung capacity ng maraming LGUs, hindi kaya. No? So I think those are the challenges that, anyway, we will already be keep in touch and start the ball rolling by looking into the challenges, no, with this implementation. Siguro tanong ko na rin sa PNP naman, for the past
For your indulgence, Senator JV, just take the opportunity since nabanggit yung local government review. There's a provision in the local government code which says there must be a review every 5 years. We conducted that in 2016 We had a review. And we tried to amend the formula pero medyo may mga nagalit yung mga mababawasan ng pondo. So we were not able to pursue that, but it would have resulted in greater funds for the fourth, fifth, sixth class municipalities. That's the bottom line. But we passed some legislation also, like the seal of, we institutionalized the seal of good local governance. We also institutionalized the community-based monitoring systems. Those were some of the achievements. But when yung mga nabanggit nyo sa amin kanina nung ni Senator Bato when we were discussing in the LBRMO conference room, like the review of pleb, for instance, Your Honor, isubmit nyo na lang po sa para masama dun sa review ni Senator JV ng local government code. To flag it, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, sir. Marami ako inilista. We will filter it out. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako at ito'y pabilis. At just to add lang, one of the contentious issue will be the tertiary hospitals. No? I mean, maski probinsya po, hindi lahat ng probinsya ay mayaman na kayang tertiary cities and municipalities at that. Pero mayroong provision ng local government code that the next higher LGUs, or even the national government, could augment kung kailangan ng tulong. And that is what we are going to use here right now. No? And of course, andyan ang ating presidente, tagay ng order niya. Kung talagang kinakailangan, tutulungan po. Thank you, sir.
I also share the same because our experience, magkapit-bahay lang kami ni Sec Benhar when we were both mayors. Mr. Chairman, I can remember when as mayor, about 30-35% of our budget goes to the hospital. Kasi napakabigat talaga mag-maintain, especially if it's a tertiary hospital. Diba? Anyway, sa PNP naman, being the one who defended the budget of the DLG and PNP for years, so under the Duterte administration until 2019, alam po niya naging si Chief Batong aking naging kapartner. The PNP probably siguro siyang makapagsabi probably got the biggest boost in equipment, na modernization, kasi naging problema niyan siyempre if you're a local government official medyo practical tayo mag-isip, nangyari ba masapano, PNP didn't have any air unit, nangihiram tayo sa Air Force pa, nagkasisihan pa. Tapos nung si Chief Bato, tinikwento nun, pag meron silang conference ng ASEAN, tinatanong kung yung mga maritime vessels na PNP umaabot hanggang open seas. Sabi niya, hindi, hanggang shore patrol lang kami. Di ba? That time, di ba, Chief? Tama? So, because of that, I'm proud to say that during that time, we were able to equip the PNP with their wish list, no? Firearms, di ba? Lahat ng hiningi ni Chief Bato, naibigay natin noon, halos, no? Kasi noon, may mga pulis at that time, may iba, wala pang sidearms, no? Ngayon, we made sure that basta naging pulis ka na, na-deploy ka na, dapat meron ng firearms. And tsaka para nga yung masolve yung problema na nangihiram pa tayo sa Air Force, hindi na maulit yung sisihan, during Mamasapa, no? We were able to purchase about 5, ngayon yata 7 choppers na, no? Ang nandyan. Kaya nga, siguro ang tanong ko lang, are we able to sustain the operations kasi medyo mabigat din ang operation of having an aviation unit, no? 7 choppers na po ang meron tayo, no? Yung mga bell, nawala yung bell natin, nag-crash. Ang sakit, Mr. Chairman, nung nag-crash na yung dalawang natin, choppers, nasasaktan din ako, parang feeling ko ako yung bumili, no? Kasi that time, kami po naglagay ng budget. So, ano pong status sa PNP? Kaya ba natin i-maintain? And second, yung pong pilots natin, ang kulang ho natin kasi, at that time, we were procuring the choppers, tatatlo na lang ang ating pong piloto. No? Tatlo na lang ang naiwan sa aviation unit ng PNP. Kasi nga po, from 2006, kung kailan huling lumipad, up to for more than 10 years, wala na hong pinapalipad. Kaya naglipatan na. So ano pong status yon? Yung kaya ba natin? Dalawa. Kaya ba natin yung yung operation, and second, ilan na ba yung natin, yung pilots, aviation pilots ng PNP?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. First of all, sir, the PNP really appreciates the continuing support being given by all the senators, sir, to include, sir, si Senator JB, and this was continued by Senator Angara being the proponent ng budget namin, sir. So continuing po, sir, ang modernization po ng ating PNP to include po yung sa maintenance po ng aming chopper as well as yung high-speed tactical watercraft. So with the 7 po ngayon po na chopper po namin, sir, kaya naman po natin i-maintain, sir, in the past. But next year's budget, sir, this is one of our concern because hindi po naisama yung maintenance po ng ating mga fast craft to include, sir, yung chopper, sir. So we would really wanted, sir, to ask for additional budget, sir. Nandito po, sir, yung wishlist po namin. We submitted already to the office of Senator Angara po.
Send to all the senators na rin para
Yes, sir.
may
Opo, sir.
matibay yung suporta.
Yes, sir. Yung pong CIA, sir, namin is yung dating naibigay for the past year, yung 742 million, sir, sana ay maituloy po na maibigay sa amin with the additional request po namin. And currently,
Sorry to cut you, 742 million will be used for the operations of the water, maritime, tsaka ng aviation.
It's for the maintenance, sir, of our helicopter, sir. And then yung operating requirement din po namin, sir, sa mga hospitals na pinut up sa sir, sa Region 11. Included na rin po, sir, doon yung maintenance ng ating sir, ng ating high-speed tactical watercraft and other equipment po na nandito, sir, naka-itemize naman po, sir. Yung yung breakdown ng 742 million plus currently, sir, ongoing po yung mga training ng ating mga bagong piloto, sir. We have about almost 20, sir, na piloto na iti-train natin, and we'll also be asking, sir, yung training fund for our pilots po, sir. Kaya po nating i-maintain, sir, yung mga choppers, and we'll have new pilots hopefully, sir, by next year po. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Senator JB, nagbanggit ka na lang ng ating capability ng Yung Sibong troll ba natin? Yung Sibong unit natin sa Zamboanga, buhay pa? Andyan ba?
Yes, sir. Buhay pa po, sir. And right now, sir, we have requested, sir, na dapat, sir, ay hindi lamang po sila yung na-train. So, we are now currently, sir, doing yung, sir, yung succession planning.
Thank you.
Because kung yung Seaborn kasi natin yan, sir, pag once na ma-promote, they have to be transferred to other unit. Kaya dapat, sir, ay tuloy-tuloy po, sir, yung pag-training natin sa mga new Seaborn na personnel po natin, sir. Staff trooper, sir.
I hope ma-maintain mo yan dahil release down yung mga counterparts natin from America, from Australia. Talagang humahanga dyan sa Seaborn na unit natin ng SAP. Kahit na yung ating mga local natin dito na mga elite units, talagang humahanga dyan sa Seaborn na napakagaling. Kaya dapat ma-maintain natin yan. Lang, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
We just want to acknowledge the virtual presence of our colleague, Senator Robin Padilla, the chair of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Public Information. And additional guests, Your Honor, present with us are Secretary Giling Mamonjong, National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. DILG USEC Alfredo Bayan is present virtually. NYC Executive Director Lea Villalon is also present virtually. As well as Philippine Commission Women Deputy Executive Director Christine Balmes, Police Lieutenant General Rodel Sermonia is also present with us virtually. Thank you. So back to you, Senator JV.
Ang ano ko lang, concern ko lang siguro, Chief BNP, pakibantayan. Siyempre, these helicopters are very expensive. No? Siyempre, nakakalungkot dun sa 5 nabili natin initially. Dalawa na yung bumagsak. Not because of technical, but mga bago kasi yan eh. But I think it's pilot's error. But, well, it's under investigation. Pero I think ang kailangan talaga rito is flying time. No? Experience talaga yan eh. Ang problema kasi, it's a challenge, Mr. Chairman, kasi nga, tatatlo na lang yung naiwan nating PNP aviators, no? Because of the years of non-operation of the aviation unit. No? The last time that we had, kailan ba yung mga R44 na una na yung pa, no? Nagkaroon pa ng kaso kaya hindi nagamit. So it worsened na talagang hindi na lumipad, hindi na pinayagan lumipad. Yung mga brand used. So that's brand new kasi. So that's a long time. So yun mga challenges natin. So pag-ingatan na lang natin because masakit para sa amin ni Chief Bato. Kinamdam ko ako bumili. Kasi kami yung naglagay nung budget na yun. But I'm hoping that it will be spread out. Siguro pag naka-experience yung mga pilots natin, it will be used in Cebu, Mindanao. Kaya nga binili natin marami. Kasi kung nandito lahat na concentrate, sayang naman. So ay Northern Luzon, so that it will be used in the operations of the PNP, especially yung anti-insurgency or what and other campaigns of the PNP ay yun naman yung intention po natin. So that's yung ano po yung sinubmit nyo, that's already for the operation of the marine unit and ano na, no? Saka siguro isang alam ko pet peeve ni si Senator Bato ito yung mga police cars natin, dapat binibili natin yung maayos, no? Wag na yung, dapat, di baling mas mahal ng konti. In fact, ang inano ko dyan, Secretary Benhur, especially for the provinces, yung mga pick-up na maayos, no? Because they last longer, no? Yung binili kasi natin noon, na maintang ulo ni Chief Bato, yung Mahindra. Pag tinanggal mo yung D, tsaka mahina. Minsan, Mr. Chairman, meron nag-escort sa akin noon sa Bundok Peninsula. Siya yung naglilid, yung Mahindra, ay nagbabaan. Kala ko may ambush, yung pala hindi makaakyat. Kaya siguro, di baling mas mataas ng konti, but yung gusto natin yung magagamit na matagal. So be rest assured that nandiyan naman si Senator Bato, yours truly, who has defended this, and our chairman. Kaya nga siya mismo ang nandito. Siya mismo nag-hear ng budget ng DILG to hear. Because I think that peace and order is very essential in our President's trust to rebuild our economy after the pandemic. And one is the pinaka-importante, yung conducive yung business natin. Hopefully, mga issue ng POGO, and I congratulate the PNP for the past 2 months mula nung lumabas yung POGO issue na nawala na yung mga incidents, no? I hope that you can keep it up. Kaya naman pala, di ba? So, meron lang akong nandiyan ba si Police Lieutenant Colonel Jaime Santos? In that COP
yes,
namin?
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Colonel Santos, can you take one of the seats? Dati namin chief of police ito eh. Nasa ka na ba ngayon, Colonel Santos?
Sir, magandang umaga po sa Las Piñas City Police Station po, sir.
After your stint in San Juan, nanggaling ka ng Makati, naging COP ka ng San Juan, kailan kayo naging COP sa San Juan, Colonel Santos?
Sir, noong 2020 po.
Anong buwan ng 2020?
Ay, 2019, sir, September po.
2019. So yun yung panahon na bagong administration na, no? Makatapos na ng eleksyon.
Opo, sir.
Hindi ako pinalad din noon. Ano lang to, Mr. Chairman, practical lang to. I know it's parochial, medyo personal, but you know, having been the one who defended the peace budget for several years, siyempre, malapit sa akin ng PNP, gusto natin yung pinagbibigyan natin maayos, no? Kaya lang, there was an incident December 4, 2020 na pinaguhuli nyo po, nag-utos nyo kay Lieutenant Abinoha, PCP-1 Green Hills Detachment, yung mga nakaparada sa Green Hills Shopping Center. That was around 8:30 AM. Nangyari po ba ito, Colonel Santos?
Nangyari po yan, sir.
Explain po bakit pinahuli, kasi po unang-una, Green Hills Shopping Center is a private property. Pangalawa po, pandemic yun, time ng pandemya, 2020, December 2020. Wala halos traffic, wala halos nakaparada, and alam po, buti na lang po si Chief PNP, si General Azurin, nakilala ko ito sa Green Hills eh. No, doon kami nagja-jogging for several years. No, doon kami nagkakilala, and I'm very happy na naging Chief PNP siya. And alam din niya na meron doon na understanding that you can park your cars until 10 AM na wala pa yung, habang sarado pa ang mga business, allowed. Kasi nga for the joggers, para din mapatronize yung mga commercial establishments. Pero before 10 AM, naku, iba doon nagkakandara pa na ayaw na magbayad ng parking fee. Alam ni General Azurin yan, tama, Chief PNP? That you can park, that's common knowledge. So, ang nangyari, pinahuli nyo sila, wala pang alas 10, on a private property, during the time of pandemic. So, i-explain nga po, Colonel Santos, bakit, anong rationale doon?
Yes, sir. Tumawag po sa akin, sir, yung substation commander ko po doon, sir, si Lieutenant Abinoha. Tapos po, sir, in-inform niya po ako, sir, na nag-conduct po sila ng operations kasi sabi po nila, nandun daw po sa loob, private property daw po. Ngayon, sir, sabi ko, mag-submit ka ng report. Ano bang ginawa mo dyan? Sir, tinikitan ko po sila. Private property po to, sir. May nagreklamo po sa akin. Bakit daw nanguhuli kami? Tapos sila po, nandun lang, hindi namin mahuli. Kaya hinuli po namin. Sige kako.
Ang contention ko doon, Colonel Santos, it was pandemic time. No, unang-una, priority ba ng PNP manghuli ng parking, ng illegal parking on a private property during the time of pandemic, that when we are trying to help the small businesses. Pero sa akin talaga dyan, kasi si Lieutenant Abinoha, ano pa lang yan, kabo pa lang yan, corporal pa lang yan, nung mayor ako. No? Kaya nga pinagsabihan ko rin yan. Umamin siya. Kinasuhan kayo eh. May kaso kayo, nandito sa akin yung kaso. Napolcom, sa IAS, ng mga nahuli. I think ang target doon was really, I was the target. No? Umamin si Lieutenant Abinoha para matapos na yung kaso na napag-utusan lang. Opo. Tama? Ano ba, inutusan ba kayo? Nautusan kayo?
Pero sir, tumawag lang po siya sa akin, nag-operate na po sila kaya sabi ko, mag-prepare siya ng report with picture para ho sir, if in case may contest.
Pero kayo doon eh. Sorry to bring this up on Mr. Chairman, but I would not mind augmenting, supporting, supplementing the budget of the PNP, which I have done. And in fact, Senator Bato would attest. Sabi niya, this is the best era of the PNP noong time niya kasi lahat ng hiningi niya, binigay natin. Siyempre, sa totoo lang, nakakasakit ng loob. Nawala lang ka sa pwesto, gaganunin na. Kung inutos man yan, ng mayor sa inyo, kasi kadadaalan ni mayor, akala siguro, nandun kami, grupo ko kasi yun eh, mga nasa McDo. Hinuli pa. I mean, ano bang priority nyo ba yan? Yung illegal parking kaysa sa sa ibang ano, I don't mind because I think Colonel Santos is already abuse of authority on your part.
Sir, wala.
Aminin nyo na lang siguro sa akin, okay na tayo eh.
Sir, wala po ako doon pero tauhan ko po siya kaya responsibilidad ko.
Hindi, pero sabi nga ni Lieutenant Obinoja, ano eh, he just received orders from you. Kadadaan lang din ng convoy ni Mayor. After a few minutes, hinuli na sila. Operation pa. Halatang hinuli. Ilang pulis yung pumunta, galing pa sa likod. Para naman kayong uhuli ng drug pushers, dealer. Diyos ko, nakaparada lang, nagkakape.
Sir, personal po ako humihingi ng dispensa po sa nangyari.
Pero totoo po, ginawa niyo yun. That's abuse of authority, Colonel Santos. And I would not mind, ako supportive ako sa DLG and PNP, pero with officers like you doing this is abuse of authority. Nakakalungkot. Aminin nyo na lang sa akin. Kasi I would not mind, padideber ko to kung hindi kayo mag-amin dito.
Humihingi po ako, sir, ng paumanhin sa inyo sa nangyari.
Mr. Chairman, the question is just very simple.
Yes, sir.
Inutos mo ba yun? Let's man up. Kung nangyari yun, kilala natin si Senator JB, napaka bait na tao ito.
Sir, responsibilidad ko po. Inutos ko.
Hindi nga responsibilidad.
Inutos ko
mo yun.
Inutos ko po.
Yun lang naman pala.
May nag-utos pa sa'yo.
Wala po, sir.
Totoo lang.
Wala po, sir. Hanggang sa akin lang po, sir. Your Honor, sir.
Well, I admire you for manning up, no? Pero alam ko naman may political niya, pero sige na lang. Ako naman.
Responsibilidad ko, sir, humihingi po ako ng pasensya po sa inyo. Pasensya na po, sir, sa nangyari.
That's not Mr. Chairman, pasensya na kung because I would not mind again that we have to make sure that our PNP are dapat upright lahat, no? We do not want to support any agency that is abusive. Lalo na kung politika. Huwag kayong sasali sa politika. Away namin politiko ito eh. Di ba? Si kapatid ko si the better one. Panahon mo yata yun nung hinuli. Nagbibigay na ng bangus. Ikaw pa ang chief. Kayo ba ang chief?
Apo, sir.
Kayo rin. Naku, buti na lang wala siya dito. Kundi lagot ka. Ako Naku, lagot.
Sir, nagkausap na po kami. Humingi rin po ako sa kanya, sir, ng pasensya.
Oo nga, nagbebenta lang ng bangus. Nagbibigay lang pa ng bangus. But anyway, Mr. Chair, pasensya na po. But I just want to make sure that the PNP will go on the right path na talagang hindi natin tinotolerating gatong abuso. No? Be rest assured, no? Chief Bato is here. Senator Bato was here. Our chairman is here. Talagang is a witness on how we have supported the DILG and PNP for the several years. Kaya syempre ako, sumama din loob ko eh. Kaya sabi ko, nawala lang ako sa pwesto, ginawa nyo na ito sa amin, di ba? Ang laki na tulong natin sa PNP. And in fact, si Sen Bato, sabi niya, ito yung the best era. Diba? Sinabi sa akin ni Chief PNP, then Chief PNP yan. So that's all, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask NYC later on siguro ay may second round kasi marami pang magtatanong. NYC at iba yung ating programs lalo sa SK program kasi very crucial yan. Medyo challenging. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair JV. Tama si Senator JV, huwag natin politikain huwag natin lagyan ng politika yung police, law enforcement. Tama po siya doon. Before I go back to Vice Chair Tolentino, meron ho tayong mga phone-in questions from some of our friends in the media. May update ba tayo dito sa mga high-profile murders first? Of course, you don't have to, without prejudice to anything that might reveal anything on the case, no? Ayaw namin yung prejudicial information. And is there any program to prevent gun-related violence? Tapos, may question on ilang pulis ang may mga makaso ngayon, ilan ang natanggal sa pwesto, suspended, ano-ano ang mga kaso nila. Tungkol ito sa perception na may mga pulis din na pumapasok sa sindikato like gun for hire, pogo bodyguards, etc. And paano ang disciplining process and cleansing process ngayon sa PNP? This is just from our friends in the media, no? I'm just the messenger.
Mr. Chairman, I adapt them to be my questions.
Okay, sige po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. Sir, on the high-profile crimes that transpired during the past week, sir, the investigation, sir, is ongoing, sir. And there are initial breakthroughs that are being pursued by our PNP, specifically in the National Capital Region and Southern Police District, sir. At tumutulong na rin po ang ating RD ng Police Regional Office for APO, sir. And then, sir, the internal cleansing po ng ating kapulisan, sir, we still adopt, sir, yung punitive, restorative, and as well as yung preventive na policy po natin, sir, sa internal cleansing po natin, sir. So, for the past years po, sir, from January to June 2022, sir, we have received 3,448 cases against our PNP. We were able to resolve 1,707, and we still have 1,341 pending. And then the number of cases dismissed was 219.
So maraming numero ho.
Yes, sir.
3,448 cases?
Yes, sir. From
3,048?
January to June 2022, sir, we were able to receive 3,048 cases, administered complaints against our personnel, in which 1,707 were already resolved. So we still have 1,341 pending, undergoing investigation right now. And out of these 3,048 cases, sir, 219 cases were dismissed. And then our case resolution efficiency is 56%. The number of PNP personnel dismissed out of the 2,384 na nakasuhan, sir, we were able to dismiss 208 PNP personnel, suspended 453 personnel, and reprimanded 137. For demotion, sir, there were 45 PNP personnel who were demoted, and 31 personnel we forfeit their salary, and 42 personnel they were restricted, and there were 16 PNP personnel which we withhold their privileges po, sir. So right now po, sir, yung squad weekly interactive meeting namin is part of the intervention that we are conducting to our PNP personnel. Medyo ni-level up po namin yan, sir, with our Kasimbayanan program, which includes which is the Kapulisan, Simbahan, and Pamayanan. Because under my leadership po, sir, I deem it necessary to engage the church leaders, sir, so that we would know kung ano po, sir, yung perception ng ating mamamayan sa kanilang kapulisan, specifically here in the National Capital Region, in Region 4A or Calabarzon, and Region 3, including Region 7, because these are the show window of our PNP. Kung medyo masama po ang perception ng ating kapulisan in this region, it reflects po the PNP organization, sir. And it is only through the church leaders, sir, that we could get an honest to goodness feedback from the community. How are our PNP faring in as far as the relationship between the PNP and the community in the locality is concerned, sir. So the approach here, sir, it's a barangay-based na programa wherein we requested our church leaders to engage the community para na sa ganun, sir, malaman po namin sa ang feedback sa community so that we can categorize our PNP who are the incorrigible, who are the PNP na meron pang pag-asang ma-transform, and sino po yung mga PNP natin na nag-uumpisa pa lamang po, sir, na medyo maging pasaway. So that under this program po, sir, yung nag-uumpisa pa po na maging pasaway, sir, we can immediately conduct immediate intervention. Ito po yung programa dati ni Chief PNP Eliasar na yung broken window policy. Malit pa lamang po yung problema ay tinutugunan na po natin, sir. For the personnel naman po, sir, na medyo medyo kaya pa hong matransform. Ang programa po natin dito sir is we engage the immediate supervisor, yung kanyang chief of police. Dahil kung hindi po niya kayang madisiplina ang kanyang mga tao sir, then it reflects po dun sa leadership nila, and they should all undergo training, refresher program so that they would know sir na sa team sir dapat ay isa lamang po ang direksyon na natutunguhan ng bawat kapulisan sir. Those who will be categorized as incorrigible sir, if they were already served the PNP for at least 20 years sir, then we could advise them sir na they should just file their optional retirement. Kaysa naman sir mahuli pa po sila later on. Ang mangyayari po dyan ay hindi lamang po silang kawawa, kung hindi mas kawawa po ang kanilang pamilya because they will be definitely dismissed, and ang magsasuffer po dyan sir ay yung kanila pong pamilya.
Marami kasing question yun, no? And thank you for answering, General Azurin. Yung ano pa, idagdag na lang ano yung gun control processes natin dyan, at saka ano-ano yung mga kaso na you mentioned some statistics earlier, pero ano yung mga kaso na, and yung how do you address the perception nga na merong mga pumapasok na pogo bodyguards? Kasi nabanggit na rin yan pati dun sa committee ni Senator Bato, Senator Gatchalian, na pumapasok sa mall yung mga ibang Chinese nationals, and there is a whole entourage of bodyguards. Kumbaga, nate-threaten yung ibang individual. Is there a policy or I know we have a PSPO ba yun or PSPD that PSPG that provides security to VIPs. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Vice Chair, Senior Vice Chair, Senator Amy Marcos. Good morning, ma'am. So yun po, so gun control, yung sa bodyguard, and then yung pwesto ng mga natanggal at suspendido, please.
Yes sir, thank you very much sir. Sir, on the gun control po sir, we are reviewing po sir yung policies natin there because there is a new law po sir na ipasa as far as the mechanism for the gun control is concerned sir. So ongoing po sir yung
Is that General, is that the extending the firearm license? Yun ba yun?
Yes sir.
Okay.
Yes sir. So ongoing po sir yung natin dun sir, yung implementing yung pagpasa po natin ng implementing rules and regulations po sir doon sir. So ni-review po natin yun sir so that we would know who are the authorized gun holder na pagbibigyan po ng ating Philippine National Police. And at the same time sir, doon naman po sir sa providing security, protective custody to mga VIPs po sir. So we are also reviewing po sir who are the authorized na ma-providean po ng security. Medyo siguro sir is hindi lang po na-anticipate ng ating kapulisan na ang binibigyan na pala ng bodyguard ng ating kapulisan ay yung mga pogo operators po sir. So these are the things sir na...
How does it happen, General Azurin? Whether they know or not, how does it happen?
Nangyayari po yun sir because they request sir yung security base po sir dun sa mga threat assessment po sa kanila sir initially. So ina-assess po ng ating PSPG, ng ating intelligence unit, and then pag nakita po sir na may threat level po sila sir, then we provide security to them sir.
Is there, kasi dito kami sa Senate for instance, we have a security unit here. Usually dalawa lang ang ina-assign sa isang senador. So how about the
usually sir,
merong parang may backup pa.
yes sir. Usually sir, dalawa lamang po.
May security siya.
Yes sir. Usually sir, dalawa lang naman po talaga sir yung authorized. Ang naging problema lang dyan sir is parang pati yung mga extended families po nila sir nabibigyan din. Kaya if they are 5 sa family sir, naging 10 ang kanilang sir, security. That's why we are also conducting a review.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, if the Philippines is such a dangerous place for them, ba't sila nandito to do business? Paano naging investor? Siyempre, kung investor ka, sasabihin mo muna, delikado yung bansang yan. Pero dyan ako mag-invest, bigyan ako ng lahat ng pamilya ko, bibigyan ng police security. Ang basic tanong ko siguro, Mr. Chairman, as the chief, how much are you in control of that office? Na kung ganyan na kasi mga reasoning, ano na po yan eh, medyo, alam mo na, pinupiloso, potasyo na tayo niyan eh. I mean, ang balik din sa'yo eh, as the chief eh. So, what's the relationship of the chief to that office? Is that under your control? Can you replace their judgment with your judgment? Or totally, ano sila, autonomous?
At saka, may dagdag ko lang, very good point yung kay Minority Leader. Hindi ba tayo nagbabayad ng sweldo nung... If there are private individuals, why are we paying for their security, di ba? I suppose may kaya rin sila, di ba? For every individual we assign, kung 10 sa isang pamilya, hindi ba nababawasan ng ibang komunidad pag doon na-assign yung police?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. That's why right now, sir, nire-review nga po natin, sir. Sir, yung sinabi ni Senator Pimentel, sir, na we really need to come up with a more, sir, na stringent
Mga foreign nationals ito, why are we, di ba? We should spend for the security of our locals ahead of
Yes, sir.
ahead of foreign nationals.
Definitely, sir. I have control over all the units in the PNP, sir. That's why I'm causing, sir, the review of all the policies in the PNP if they're still responsive and relevant. Otherwise, sir, sabi ko nga, sir, tama rin po sa pinag-out ninyo, that was the very same, sir, na reason bakit ko pinapa-review because if we are just providing security for these people, sir, sa 10 at 30,000 na pasweldo, sir, that's already 300,000 a month being spent by the government to some few people. So it's really, sir, it's really...
Siguro there must be a limit, General, for private individuals. Limit yung i-assign sa kanila.
Yes, sir. At the same time, sir, I have directed the PNP, sir, na dapat we need to identify who are the former PSPG people na retired na so that doon na lang po sila kukuha ng
You can refer them. You can refer them
Yes, sir. Doon na lang po sila
a
kukuha.
security agency or
Instead
something.
na doon sa active dahil nga, sir, nadideplete yung PNP natin, securing itong mga to, sir. Ang kailangan lang naman nila actually, sir, is meron silang direct contact sa PNP. Kaya sila nag-hire ng active na PNP. So by providing them sa yung mga retired na natin na, then they can have contact, sir, sa PNP, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Bato and then after that, Vice Chair Binay. Yeah.
siguro yung when the issue is very hot about Pogo, dali lang naman yan, isang order mo lang yan. Space PG, stop providing security to these Pogo operators. Kasi kung kailangan na ng maraming security, ibig sabihin, they are engaged in a very dangerous business. They're here to engage not on legal business, baka illegal business yung ginagawa nila, kaya gusto nila magkaroon ng maraming security. So, isang order lang hinto niyan. Huwag na niyo bigyan ng security dahil reklamo nga ng karamihan ng mga senador dito baka mamaya pag nakasalubong namin doon sa mall, baka kami pang saksakin ng mga bodyguard niya. Akala mo kung nakagwardya ng mga pare yung mga bodyguard na yan
Ito, Senator Bato.
Yes.
Lumabas naman to sa executive session na rin natin yung incidenting bawal mag-CR ang Pilipino then nagsi-CR yung big boss nila.
Hinarangan ng bodyguard, kapangit.
Yes, sir.
Ano sagot natin dyan?
Sir, we already recalled, sir, yung mga active na PNP personnel natin. And yung mga protective bodyguard po nila, sir, they are already being identified by our SUSIA para lang sa ganun, sir, ma-identify po natin sila. Nangyari po yung sir,
May tanong si, I know it's related, so Vice Chair, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, yung alam mo, wala ka dito sa hearing si PNP, wala ka doon hearing ng si Kito, malayo ang nag-represent sa'yo. Lumabas yung issue na yan, hindi lang galing sa media yan, kundi, kasi nung tinanong namin yung Parañaque Police about nung barilan, di ba? May namatay doon na 2 Pogo. binaril. Ang unang nagbaril doon yung detective agent. At sabi ng Parañaque Police, Sir, identified na namin yung mga protective agents na yan, sir. Follow up na namin yung kaso. Sabi ng SRPO, ngayon, nag-react yung mga protective agents. Maraming pumapasok sa aking social media. Sabi, sir, kami naman, sir, naghanap buhay lang ng legal. Bakit kami tinuturo ng pulis na kaming bumaril doon sa mga taga-Pugo na in fact, mas maraming pulis na nakadeploy dyan sa mga Pugo operators. Kaya, in order to clear your the organization, order lang yun. Sabihan mo, stop deploying security to these Pugo operators. Para matapos na yan, yung issue na yan. Mainit ha, mainit.
Mr. Senator, if I may,
Go ahead, Secretary, and then we'll go to Senator Bean after you.
I'm directing our chief to look into this. Number one, kasuhan mo yung dapat kasuhan, hindi pwedeng iihi yung further, hindi pwedeng pumasok ito. Sa Pilipinas tayo, hindi po pwede yun. Kunin mo mga pangalan nito and of course, sanctions na ibibigay natin, disciplinary ones. Pangalawa, let's stop this practice. Sulatan mo lahat ito. Agawan po namin
At, in addition, I admire you for your statement, Secretary and General, no?
Yes, sir.
Pero in addition, yung mga i-assign na private security, i-monitor din natin. Kasi
Yes, sir.
baka they are not given the proper protocols. Baka kung sino-sinong barilin ng mga yan. Di ba?
Rest assured, senators, we will take action on this. I will personally take
Thank
action.
you,
on
Mr.
this.
Secretary.
Thank you.
Kaya, Mr. Chairman, sinabi na nga nung SRPO, John, according to your SUSIA, there are only 30 plus licensed detective agents sa buong Pilipinas. Pero kung i-account mo yung nag-umasta-asta ngayon dyan na protective agents sa mga Pugo operators, by the hundreds yan kung tutusin. Kaya sabi ko nga sa inyo sa SUSIA, magkakaroon kayo ng crackdown dito sa mga detective agents na ito dahil marami ito kunyari, license sila, pero hindi pala license, illegal pala ito na kalabasan tuloy, private army sila ng mga Pugo operators na engage sa mga kidnapping, patayan. Kaya i-crackdown nyo ito mga nagbabadigad-badigad ito. Ito yung malakas manghawi kapag pupunta ka sa CR, nag-CR yung boss nila, ang lakas manghawi. Kung license detective agent yan, hindi yan gano'n ang aksyon. Hindi, professional yan, hindi kaharaan yun. Ito yung mga nagkukunwari, naghanap buhay, illegal. May mga armas pa. Kaya, i-crackdown ninyo ito. I'm advising you.
In fact, let's check their firearms kung mag-firearms check tayo. Because I've received reports, Mr. Secretary General, pag magpaputok daw yan sa gun range, grabe yung firearms nila. So you just think of the number of foreign individuals who are in this country and assuming they have illegal firearms under them. If there are 30,000, that's a militia of 30,000 pag nagsama-sama yan. That's a major public order threat. So let's not let it get out of hand, Your Honors. No? Senator Binay, yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, una-una, ilan ho
Just
ba
speak
yung-
louder, Vice Chair. Mahina ho yung volume. Opo.
Sorry, ilan ho ba yung sa PSPG?
Yung individuals, ho?
Yes, how many persons?
Individuals protecting
No,
so do we have the figure, ho?
No, ilan yung tao sa PSPG na pwede mag-provide ng security?
Who can answer, General, dun sa tanong, ilan daw ang pwedeng i-provide as security? Total, I suppose, no? Total lang tinatanong niya. You're asking, Vice Chair Binay, what is the universe of protective
Yes.
personnel who can be
Yes.
assigned?
Yes.
Klaro po yung tanong, General? Opo.
Ay, sir. Sir, ito po sir yung ano sir, yung PSPG total sir is 2,541 po sir, yung strength ng PSPG. And ang pwede kong mag-provide niyan sir is almost it's about around 2,000 po sir ang ang pwede kong mag-provide ng protective security.
Anong ginagawa nung 500 to? What's the
Ito po sir yung mga nasa administrative po sir.
Okay.
Because we have PSPG sir in the other regions po sir.
So 2,000 lang yun sa field who can
Yes sir, 2,000 sir. Na nagpo-provide po sir ng security po sir sa ating to include mga cabinet secretaries.
Ilan po doon ang nasa gobyerno protecting government officials? Ilan po ang protecting private persons? Ho?
Mr. Chairman, saka kung pwede, kayang himayin hanggang kung ilan yung sa Pogo.
Opo, yes.
Or
Narinig
foreign-
tanong ho si...
Or
So
foreign
aside from my question about how many are assigned to government officials and how many assigned to private individuals, sa first tanong ni Sen. Nancy kung ilan yung sa private individuals ang nasa Pogo ho.
Sir, sa total number of key government officials being provided security, sir, there are 201 po, sir.
Sa
And then,
government official.
Sa government officials, sir. Sa private individuals po, sir, 264 po, sir.
At ilan sa 264 sa private, ilan po ang nasa Pogo?
Sa Pogo, sir, wala ko kaming figure, sir, dito, sir.
They don't have the figure for Pogo, Sen. Nancy.
Mr. Chairman, maybe before we, total may plenary pa naman to, baka they can submit that data before tayo mag-plenary. And Mr. Chairman, yung mga PNP personnel ba natin, pwede sila pag day off nila to provide security to private individuals?
Actually, ma'am, we do not categorize po sa yung sa private individual whether they are POGO or ano, sir. Ito po, sir, kasi yung mga may risk assessment, sir, na threat based, sir, sa risk assessment. That's why we provide security base po sa threat level na ano ng ating kapulisan po, sir.
Pero hindi nyo ba part of the risk assessment threat yung knowing what industry a person is in? For them, that's a part of their... that's part of the assessing the risk, di ba? If it's in a risky industry.
Yes, sir. Supposed to be, sir. Sir.
Pwede yung dagdag dun sa assessment ho ninyo para mas accurate yung figures ho natin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sir. Yes, sir.
At so, hiningi po ni Senator Binay before we hit plenary yung
Yes, sir.
dun sa 264.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ilan yung nasa Pogo?
Yes, sir.
Anong nangyari ho dun sa 1,500 plus ho? Kasi 201 yung sa government, 264 yung sa privado. So there are 1,500 who are in the field but who could be assigned but are not part of your figures. Asan ho sila?
Yes, sir. Sir, yung iba, sir, ay mga nasa PSPG na po, sir.
What would you do ba?
PSG, sir, nasa Presidential
PSG?
Security Group po, sir.
Ilan yon sa nasa presidential security?
Ilan yun?
Isama niyo lang po. Can you get a comprehensive report on the PSPG?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Where everyone is accounted for.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
Vice Chair.
Sorry.
Yes, I'll finish up before I address Vice Chair, Senior Vice Chair Marcos. I'll finish up with Vice Chair Binayo. Yes.
Hindi, for additional lang submission, kasi minsan itong mga parang nagtatrabaho sa Pogo, may mga HPG escort din, di ba?
Yes, that's right.
Sabi natin-
Alam ni Senator JB yan dahil marami siyang nablog na mga sumasagid sa kanya eh. Minsan nakabisikleta siya, minsan nakasasakyan siya eh. Ang daming dumadaan na convoy sa kanya. So talagang, yeah. Yung mga may HPG, iba pa yung kisa HPG ko.
Yes, sir. We'll check, sir.
Opo, si Senator Villar nahinto po. Hinindo po ng HPG. Dahil she was riding an Alphard, which as we know is a vehicle favored by many in the Pogo industry. Naka-Alphard ka.
Naka-white Alphard.
Ayun.
Bata ka sa white Alphard.
Buti na rin gandiya, hindi natitigil. Oh.
Mr.
Yung
Chairman,
Alphard ang tinitigil.
can we also request...
Sir, iba pa ba yung HPG? Yung tinatanong ko ni Senator Nancy.
Yes, sir. Iba pa po.
Ilan po ang sama nyo na ho dun sa report ninyo.
Yes,
What is the universe of HPG and how many are assigned to yung mga individuals na nabanggit nyo may threat assessment? Ho?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is that all right? Is that satisfactory? Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Hindi, Mr. Chairman, can we just get an answer dun sa question ko if allowed ba yung mga police personnel natin na during their day off, they can
Yeah.
provide security to private
The active policemen, meaning active policemen sila pero day off nila, pwede ba silang sumideline as bodyguard?
Sir, that's prohibited po, sir.
Bawal daw.
Bawal po, sir.
Bawal daw po.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Binay. Now, I think on a related matters, Senior Vice Chair Marcos. Yeah.
Yes, just on related matters, since nasa topic tayo ng Pogo, tama yun, talagang hinaharang kami pag White Alphard, bulok naman. Ewan ko ba sa kanila. Anyway, I just wanted to follow up all the data being requested by Senator Binay regarding the SOSIA was already taken up in the hearing of September 15 conducted by Chairman Bato de la Rosa. Hanggang ngayon, isang buwan na halos, hindi pa nagsasabit yung SOSIA na yan. Pinatawag na namin lahat ng datos tungkol sa license agencies, total number. Ngayon, nangangarag na naman kayo, wala naman datos. Ang tagal na, isang buwan na yan.
The head of SOSIA here, so maybe we can exact some accountability, Your Honors, Mr. General.
Yes, sir. May request. Naka-zoom po, sir, na yung social sir natin. May I...
Sige po, sino po yung
Sige.
individual?
Kaya lang, pwede ba isubmit na ninyo? Kasi mag-iisang buwan na tayo. Ganun ba kahirap mahanap itong mga
Oo nga,
datos?
buti nga, mabait ang mga si Senator Marcos at saka si Senator Bato. Usually, yung data dapat alam nyo yan di ba? Pero binigyan kayo ng oras na para ibigay yun. Sana,
September 15 pa yung
with
request.
deference naman, we're just performing our functions here, Your Honors. Baka,
Yes, sir.
baka pwedeng makuha. Kasi we need that information to perform our duties here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. If the data is not available, I just have one more Pogo question.
Retrieving it, ma'am, maybe you can ask your question, huh?
Further, as an offshoot of that September 15 hearing conducted by Chairman De La Rosa, there was also a request or an agreement to comply with the clearance requirements of both PNP and the NBI for all the gaming operators. So I would like to inquire, because once again, PNP failed to submit the requested data. May we know how many POGO workers have applied so far and how many have been issued police clearances? How is the PNP doing and performing its commitment to establish a recording and monitoring system to keep track of these remaining foreign workers? Kasi na-request din yan At nagkasundo yung NBI at yung mga POGO, pati ang PNP, na bibilangin yung ating mga workers at irerehistro yung mga legal at hindi legal.
Yes, Your Honor. As of now, sir, there are already 7 companies who applied for national police clearance, sir. And almost 4,000 plus na po, sir, ang nakapag-apply. Ito po, sir, yung mga nag-apply, sir, sa Alabang, sa Las Piñas, dito po sa Binyan, sir. And to include po, sir, sa Clark at saka sa Subic po, sir. So, ginagawa po ng ating PNP ngayon, sir, we are conducting caravan po, sir, to process po yung mga clearances ng mga POGO operators po, sir.
What's your projection? What is your guesstimate on the ultimate number? You said 4,000 have so far applied or have they been cleared?
They have already applied po, ma'am. 4,000 plus.
Okay, ilan pa kaya? Guesstimate lang po, kahit hindi saktong na.
Ma'am, based po dun sa na-provide po na data ng PAGCOR, was 30,000 plus po yung hinahanap po natin na legit POGO employees po, ma'am.
Okay, Chief, isang buwan na rin to This is 1 month already. We are only 4,000 out of the 30,000. Medyo paspasan natin ng konti ito kasi medyo bagal-bagal yata ng... Akala ko pulis, mabilis. Anyari.
Yes, ma'am. We just adjust yung mga scheduling po nila po, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's all. And please provide the requested data from SOSIA as well. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, kundi lang.
Vice Chair, yeah.
Dedicate ka lang dyan ng dedicate ka lang ng teams na pupunta doon sa kanila para mabilis lang yun Alam mo kung saan sila ngayon, di ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The IBL, sir, is the one sir, designated to follow up the national
I'd like
sir.
to congratulate yung RD ng Region 3 Yung SPAC nila, ang bilis nila. Diba nga? Sila nauna, sila, General.
Si General Pasiwan po, sir.
Oh, usapan pa lang namin dito sa committee hearing, kinabukasan, ginawa na niya doon sa Region 3. Ano sunod, yung mga commander na gano'n, dapat suportahan mo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Marcos, you're happy with the reply?
Yes, we'll await
Answer.
the submissions.
Okay,
Thank you.
sige. Reminder na lang po yung ni-request po ni Vice Chair Marcos. So finally, I think he's been waiting since 10 o'clock to ask his question. Is our Vice Chair Senator Francis Tolentino. Sir, finally, I hope you're okay. Senator Bato is checking on you and he admires your attire for today, Your Honor. Parang humina pa, Sir, Your Honor, yung volume nila. Sir. We cannot hear you, sir. We see your lips moving. Cannot hear you, sir.
Naririnig niyo na po ako?
Ayan, yan. Opo. We can hear you.
Yung gadgets na nilagay, baka inaalis ni Senator Bato yung connectivity dyan.
He's dying to hear your voice, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just some policy questions. During the confirmation hearing, I think I was the one who asked either the good secretary of the DILG or the Civil Service Commission chairman. It has something to do with the PNPA cadets, the status of the PNPA cadets. They're still not being recognized during their cadetship program as government employees. Has there been any steps made to remediate this, Mr. Chairman? Government employees na po ba sila ngayon?
Mr. Chairman, sir, that is one of the legislative agenda, priority legislative agenda that we are pushing for our PNP cadets, sir, to have the same status as that with the PMA cadets, sir. Because right now, sir, the status of our PNP cadet is job order lamang po, sir. And we already engaged the Civil Service Commission, sir, under Ma'am Eileen Lisada. And they made a commitment po, sir, na they will help us, sir, for our PNP cadets to gain a status of government employee on a temporary basis po, sir.
So in the meantime, sir, Mr. Chairman, in the meantime, while we are waiting for that civil service resolution or what, ano po yung budgetary requirements nila? Ano po yung pinopropose nyo? Is it going to be an honorarium, salary, or just a mere stipend of a contractual worker? Ano po yung tawag ngayon dito? Which has been done for the last 20 years, Mr. Chairman, for the record.
Mr. Chairman, sir, as far as the salary remuneration of the PNP cadets is concerned, sir, right now, sir, they are receiving the same salary that of our PMA cadets, sir. What we are asking or what we are requesting for the Congress and Senate to draft is that their status as a temporary employee, so that if anything happens to them while training, like for example, sir, is may namamatay, sir, kasi ng mga kadete natin while on training, they would receive, sir, yung parang pension or ano, sir, just like sa mga PMA cadets po natin. Right now, sir, pag may namatay po mga PNPA cadets, sir, wala ho silang mga benepisyo na natatanggap po, sir.
So in case the Civil Service Commission will give its approval in premature, what would happen? Are you seeking a supplemental budget for this, or is there a buffer within the proposed budget that would cover this? Just in case it will be approved. I'm positive that it's going to be approved.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sir. Included na po yun, sir, sa budget po natin, sir. Just in case may mangyari po, sir, sa kanila, they will receive benefits, sir. Yung po mga dependent po nila, sir, will be receiving a benefit in terms of parang ano po yun, sir, as base po, sir, doon sa kanilang sweldo po, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief PNP. Mr. Chairman, I just like to have some answers relative to a very short policy question. And I got this from the budget of expenditure and sources of financing, Mr. Chairman. From the years, covering the years 2019, 2020, and 2021, it would appear that the unused appropriations of the entire DILG family and this would cover several agencies to cover halos all of them, all of the entire DILG family spectrum. It appears to be increasing the unused appropriations. 2019, it was 8,322,200,000,000 billion. 2020, 10,093,800,000,000. 2021, it was 11,038,900,000,000. So nakikita po natin pataas siya ng pataas. So the unused appropriations here would refer to either the money not being released by the DBM or perhaps the DILG failing to appropriate, failing to obligate the same. So translated into layman's terms, this would mean, although hindi panahon po ito ni Secretary Abalos, and this was this happened during the lockdown years, pandemic. Nakita natin yung trajectory pataas. How can we ensure that this would not happen again, and can we have a detail of this? How much was not released and how much was not obligated, Mr. Chairman?
Sinong pwedeng sumagot niyan?
Si Ma'am Esther.
Yes,
Ami
yes
po.
ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm ASIC Esther Aldana of the Finance and Controllership. Yes, Your Honor, it's true that the rate of being unutilized appropriation is increasing. But in 2019, which is carried over in 2020, this is due to the fact of the COVID-19 incidents. I mean the COVID-19 pandemic. And most of the activities rather, were canceled, suspended, or minimized due to the restrictions made in the view of COVID-19 pandemic, such as the conduct of other PAPs of agencies, and particularly also the procurement is affected. And there are also delays in the bidding, procurement process, and delivery of equipment due to the travel restrictions at that time. And the Congress introduced adjustments, and we call it now SICA, which were only released by year end of 2021 upon compliance of documentary requirements, such as, for example, for the Bureau of Fire Trucks, for the Bureau of Fire, for the procurement of fire trucks, there are also requirements. And for our Office of the Secretary, for example, contact tracing fund requirements, and PCW also for their capability building. And other programs and activities which had been canceled or suspended or deferred, such as trainings and seminars. On our part, for the department and its attached agencies, we fast-track now the implementation of the projects in support of the cash budgeting system, because we have to follow this, and that within the year we should obligate and disburse the appropriations. All agencies also provide a catch-up plan specifically for procurement-related issues, and capacitate our bids and awards committee, our technical working group, and end users for the updated technical specifications and other procurement-related documents. And we also ensure the timely and accurate submission of reportorial requirements by the DBM, because this is also one of the reasons for the delay, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. With your permission of the Chair, siguro we invite all the resource persons to partake of the lunch provided them by the committee.
Yes,
My-
please feel free to have your lunch. Thank you for the reminder.
Mr. Chairman, another follow-up question.
Before you ask your question, Vice Chair, I just want to acknowledge the presence of another of the committee's vice chairs, the chairman of the Committee on Health, Vice Chair Senator Bongo. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, back to you, Your Honor, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be specific, Mr. Chairman, if I can ask again, Madam Esther, as a follow-up question, noong 2021, how much was unreleased and how much was unobligated?
Kung kailangan may mag-CR sa inyo, wag na kayo humingi ng permiso. Please go ahead, no? That's a human right.
Madam Esther?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, can I speak for the DILG Office of the Secretary, Your Honor? I don't have the consolidated data.
But if you can provide this committee a copy of related to the other agencies, Bureau of Fire, LGA, NCMF, etc., that would be advisable.
Yes, sir. We will provide, sir.
Just as an example, OSEC.
Yes, sir. For the Office of the Secretary, the unreleased appropriation is 1,087,000,000. And out of this, 106 million was released. We still have an unused appropriation of 981 million. And this corresponds to the Seal of Good Local Governance Incentive Fund. This is considered as for later release since we have to submit to the DBM the recipient LGUs for this SGLG Incentive Fund, Your Honor. And this will also be requested within the year, and they are now in the final assessment. So by November, Your Honor, this will be requested to the DBM since their deadline is until November 15, Your Honor.
What about the unobligated?
For the unobligated, Your Honor, the carry forward amount in 2022 is 624,828,000, of which we obligated already 436,191,000, and we still have an unused appropriation of 294,637,000, which we will be using until the end of the year, Your Honor.
And that can be used for what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Esther, that 294 million can be used for what items within the OSEC?
There might be some balances, Your Honor, due to the needed amount. So this will be considered as savings, and this will support various programs and activities of the DILG OSEC, Your Honor. And part of this also, Your Honor, is PS. So 46% of this goes to the personal services that will be used until the end of the year.
Pero itong year na to, wala na tayo ng mga contact tracers, ano ma'am?
For this year, sir, we have a provision of 500 million good for 2,000 contact tracers, which ended last September, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Esther.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dalawang question na lang, Mr. Chairman. Ito po sa datos ko, meron pa ring there are still some funds lodged with the PSDBM amounting to 511.4 million and 3.3 billion lodged with the Philippine International Trading Corporation, representing unliquidated fund transfers from various agencies. Pwede pa ba hong makuha to? Pwede pa ba hong ma-refund to, Madam Esther? This is
Mr. Chair, for the details, that 3 billion, Your Honor, is with the Bureau of Fire Protection and the PNP. So these are the agencies with PITC procurement, Your Honor.
So the recommendation of the COA before was to have a refund of the entire 3.3 billion. Pwede pa ba ho ito, ma'am? Or would you like...
Your Honor, may we get the response, Your Honor, of the Bureau of Fire because they are in contact. I mean, they have the latest development with this amount, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Esther. Anybody from the Bureau of Fire?
Nasa courtroom lang po si Colonel Purakan.
What about the 511.4 million pesos lodged with the PSDBM?
If PSDBM, Your Honor, for most of us who have their common use supplies items purchased in the PSDBM, the arrangement with the PSDBM is that this will be an offsetting, meaning we cannot release the funds to them unless this will all be utilized. So all of our succeeding agency purchase requests will be charged to the balance because they can no longer return it to us.
But the recommendation of the Commission on Audit is to for the DILG to secure a refund from the PSDBM. So that would be in violation of the recommendation given by the Commission on Audit.
Yes, Your Honor, we made representations with PSDBM through a letter, and their response is to have a
Perhaps the best way to do this is to make a representation likewise with the Commission on Audit so that the Commission on Audit will likewise be informed of the action taken by the agency.
yes, Your Honor, we will do that.
Yes. As pagsabayin nyo na yon, otherwise you will have the same COA report recommendation next year, Madam
Yes,
Esther.
sir. We provided already the COA of the response of the DBM, sir, so we will still be coordinating with COA on our next step.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nandiyan na po yung Bureau of Fire. Kung wala pa, I'll have another question. I'm fully supportive, Mr. Chairman, of the budget of the DILG. In fact, I was the previous chair of the Committee on Local Government. And alam niyo naman po siguro talagang tumutulong po ako sa DILG family. One last question. Before we revert back to that Bureau of Fire question, ito pong mga graduates natin sa PNPA, do we have a specific formula on as to how many IPs are being included, yung mga katutubo po natin, members of the indigenous peoples community? Kasi po ito sa PMA, itong kagagraduate lang po ngayon, ang top notcher, ang alam ko yung matataas ngayon, mga igorot. So sa PNPA po ba, may formula po ba tayo na may slots, automatic slots po sila, ang mga IPs po natin? Anybody can answer, PNPA.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. As to the PNP cadets po, sir, we do not have any particular po na quota, sir, para sa ating mga IPs po, sir, because everyone, sir, will undergo the qualifying examination, sir, or the yearly being given by the PNP, yung examinations po, sir. And then kung sino po yung papasa doon, sir, i-process po nila. And it depends po, sir, doon sa quota for that year. Kung ilan po yung kukunin out of doon sa pumasa. So it's really a very tedious po, sir, na process. So ang basis po natin sa kadete natin sa PNP, sir, is sino po yung pinaka-qualified, sir, among the mga nag-exam na pumasa from the written to the physical to the medical and interview examinations po, sir.
So without consideration as to whether they're a member of the indigenous people, siguro kung wala pa tayong batas doon, mainam din siguro if we can get members of the faculty coming from the indigenous peoples, GPNP.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sir, we'll do that po, sir.
For the information of the good GPNP, we just formed an all Kalinga Warrior Battalion Reserve in Kalinga Province. So just for the information of the good Chief PNP. Is the Bureau of Fire around now?
Present, Your Honor.
Yung tanong ko po kanina, yung ni-refer sa binalik sa inyo ni Madam Esther, yung nasa Philippine International Trading Corporation. Ano po yung status nito?
Yes, Your Honor. Of the total projects transferred to PITC, the total amount is 3,389,845,636 pesos. The total implemented projects cost 3,119,712 and 217,143,000 composed of the cancelled projects. The cancelled projects, Your Honor, were already reverted to the Bureau of Treasury. So of the total funds transferred to PITC, 92% were completed and delivered, Your Honor, while the remaining 8% were canceled.
And
At
that
present,
is-
Your Honor,
yes.
the only remaining due from the PITC is 11,777,000. This is the savings of the projects for the fire stations and due for reversion to PITs, the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor.
Reversion to the Bureau of Treasury, not PITC. So
Yes,
my
sir.
suggestion here is you likewise write a letter to the Commission on Audit informing the Commission on Audit the status of the said funds being reverted to the Bureau of Treasury. Para next year, hindi na lalabas po ulit, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions to the DILG family. I just hope that the budget would be approved with some increases. Kailangan lang po nila. Isa na lang po pala bago ako umalis. In our efforts right now to restore the ROTC program, alam po to ni Senator Bato, and I'm referring this question to the Chief PNP. There are voices being heard, and one of them is me, to include in the Revive ROTC program the notion of police training, not just Army, Air Force, Navy, but to include police para makatulong po sa disaster preparedness, our usual traffic management roles, even in the provinces. What's your voice on this, Chief PNP?
Sir, we fully support sir yung batas po na ipapasa po ninyo sir because this will form part of it's either yung future force multiplier on the part of the Philippine National Police. And at the same time sir, if they may be interested later on to join the Philippine National Police, at least they already have the basic police or military training po sir, which we need in the police force po sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, no further questions? Siguro madagdagan din natin yung budget ng PNP Maritime Command. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you. We'll take that into account when we finalize, Your Honor. Your inputs are very important. Thank you, Vice Chair Tolentino. Mini-remind lang ni Senator Bato yung invitation mo na magpapakain ka daw sa bahay mo, Your Honor. Acknowledge now, Vice Chair Binay. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hihingi lang po sana ako, Mr. Chairman, ng update sa NTF-LCAC because, well, yesterday when we were discussing the budget of DBM, nabanggit po doon na ang may responsibilidad for monitoring is the DILG.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair and the other members of the committee. Yes, Mr. Chair, the DILG is tasked under the General Appropriations Act for 2021 and 2022 to do the monitoring and evaluation for the implementation of the Support to Barangay Development Program, Mr. Chair. And together with the other items under the Local Government Support Fund, the DILG has a has an allocation of 504 million for the M&E of the LGSF. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can we get an update kung magkano na ho out of that 16 billion that was given noong 2021, ilan na ho dito yung natapos, ilan na ho dito yung hindi pa nag-uumpisa?
Mr. Chair, for 2021, the Support to Barangay Development Program, which is being monitored by the DLG, has an allocation of 16.44 billion pesos. And the 16.44 billion pesos is distributed to 822 barangays to the tune of 20 million per barangay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, kasi in the interest of time, ang tanong ko lang po, pahingi lang po ng update. Out of the 16 billion, ilan na ho yung tapos, ilan na yung hindi pa tapos?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The 16.44 billion po ay ginamit para sa 2,319 projects. And out of the 2,319 projects, a total of 915
were already completed, Mr. Chair. The others, no, 1,150 of them, of the projects, are still ongoing implementation. But we project, Mr. Chair, that by the end of the year, more or less 95% or 98% will be completed, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, can we just ask them to submit yung data? And for 2020, para ma-check din ho natin kasi 'di ba parang nabanggit ho din kahapon dun sa DBM hearing, parang maliit pa din yung nare-release nila.
No, I think malaki ang na-release sa local government units, but the
Yeah.
implementation, the disbursement, or the actual completion of projects is low. I think yun ang...
In fact, parang meron pang hindi pa nasisimulan, Mr. Chairman, out of the 2021 NTFL budget.
Yes, sir. We will submit to the committee.
At saka please update us
the
before we
report.
hit plenary ho. So we'll be in plenary mga around November 8 onwards. So if you could update us also for that per request of Senator Binay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
2022 po, Mr. Chairman, ano na ho yung updates?
Yes, sir. For
5 billion.
2022, we have an allocation of 5.624 billion pesos for 1,404 barangays, with an allocation of 4 million per barangay. So for 2022, we already have released to the cities and municipalities a total of. Let me just check, Mr. Chair.
They're nasa screen, sir, sila mo.
Wala, lumad na ako.
Endorsement ng project. Sir, ito, sir.
The funds released directly to the local government units, Mr. Chair, is already 5.056 billion pesos.
Meron na hong naumpisahan?
Sir, the funds are directly released to the cities and municipalities where the 1,404 barangays are located.
Pero dun sa monitoring nyo for 2022, hindi nyo pa alam kung meron dun sa release nyo, yung actual construction na. Wala pa ganun data?
Wala pa po, Mr. Chair, because of several reasons, particularly we are still feeling the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. And number two, the election ban during the election period greatly affected the implementation of the projects.
Sige
Thank
po,
you, Mr. Chair.
Can you also include din sa submission nyo kung saan ho nila ginamit yung 20 million for 2021 and then sa 2022, saan din ho nila ginamit yung 4 million that was allocated to them?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will provide the committee the complete list of barangays and the complete list of projects where these funds are being used. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, huling tanong na lang po. Kukumustahin ko lang ho yung booster program natin sa PNP bilang isang frontliner. Anong porsyento na ho sa ating mga kapulisan yung
May myocarditis risk eh.
may booster
Myocarditis.
shots? May booster shots na po and siguro kung sino na yung nakatapos, yung fully vaccinated and ilan yung na bigyan na ng booster?
Who can answer? General Azurin, sir?
Mr. Chairman, sir, Sir, as of September 6, 2022, sir, there are already 225,340 PNP personnel who were already vaccinated po, sir. Or it's a 99.75%. We'll just give you, sir, the breakdown later on. The actual PNP personnel who already had the booster shot po, sir.
Sen, you're on mute. You're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Binay. Just a reminder on the requested information from the agencies. Wala pa si Minority Leader transferred to another hearing. So we'll go to Senator Padilla, who's been waiting online. Idol, Senator Robin. Go ahead, sir. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyo, mahal na tagapangulo, Senator Sani
Good afternoon,
Angara.
sir. Good afternoon, sir.
At sa atin pong idol din na si Senator Bato, ang ating pong pinakamatigas na senador. At sa lahat po ng ating mga bisita, magandang tanghali po. Meron lang po sana akong...
Senator Amy, kasama rin ho natin, Senator Robin, si Senator Amy.
Nandiyan po ba ang
Opo,
Reyna ng
opo.
Kagandahan?
Opo. Si Director Producer, kasama niyo na po sa industriya.
Opo, Ma'am Senator Amy Marcos, magandang tanghali po sa inyo. At sa lahat po ng ating mga bisita. Meron lang po akong katanungan para po sa DILG, pero doon po sa sangay ng BJMP.
Si Chief Iral, ho? Alan Iral, sir.
Nasaan po siya? Hindi ko po siya makita eh.
Nasa right side ho ng bandang dulo ho ng sa may kanang panig ho.
Ayun. Sir, magandang tanghali po. Tanungin ko lang po sir, yung kalagayan po ng ating mga bilanggo. Alam niyo naman po, mga kakosa ko po yan. At talagang ang puso po natin ay hindi ko naman po masabing naiwan sa bilibid. Pero nandiyan po sa 4 na sulok ng mga kulungan. Sapagkat nakita po natin talaga ang kahirapan din. Ano? Alam naman po natin, lalo na po dyan sa BGMP, hindi pa naman po yan mga napatunayan na nagkasala. Kasi po, lumabas po sa isang COA report na hindi lamang po sa mga Muslim, pati po sa mga ibang religion din, na napapwersa daw po silang kumain ng baboy. Yan po ay naitanong na rin po natin sa Bureau of Correction. Sa BJMP book, paano po ba ang inyong patakaran sa pagkain? Lalong-lalo na po para sa iba't ibang may religion dyan sa loob.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Unang-una po, tinatanong niyo po ang una kong kalagayan ng ating BGMP ngayon. Nais ko pong ipaalam, Your Honor, na sa kasalukuyan mayroon po tayong 131,660 na mga PDL sa pangangalaga ng BGMP. Mayroon kaming 477 na kulungan nationwide. Ang ating congestion rate ngayon ay nasa 372% na lang. So, yes, kasi galing sa 600, Your Honor, bumaba na siya dahil may mga napagawa na po tayo ng mga kulungan. So, tungkol naman sa pagkain, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, hindi po kami nagsiserve ng baboy sa lahat ng namin. Doon lang po sa manok at saka sa baka at saka gulay, isda. Bawal po, hindi po namin inano yung baboy sa mga kulungan namin. In deference na po sa mga kasamahan natin na PDL na Muslim. Nirerespeto po natin yung karapatan nila doon sa, lalo-lalo na sa pagkain ng pagkain niya ron.
Mapakagandang balita po niyan, sir. Tanong ko rin po, isa na lang po. Kamusta po ang ating conjugal visit? Nako, alam nyo, parte po yan ng rehabilitasyon. Kailangan, nakikita mo ang mahal mo sa buhay.
Your Honor, dahil po sa pandemic, 2 taon na rin po na walang physical contact yung ating mga bisita. Pero nag-request na po yung mga relatives, loved ones ng ating mga PDL na gusto nila magkaroon ng physical contact sa visitation. Kasi currently, Your Honor, ang ginagawa po natin ngayon ay idalaw. Din yung mga jail facilities naman natin na mayroong visitation area, ang ginagawa po ay no contact visitation. Meaning, allowed silang dumalaw pero sa pamamagitan lang po ng telepono. Nag-uusap sila, may harang. Ngayon, may mga request po na kasi ang Bureau of Correction ay binalik na po nila yung face-to-face. So kami po sa BGMP, pag-aaralan po namin yan na maaari namin yan i-allow pero dapat yung dumalaw ay naka-antigen test. Negative talaga siya. Kasi hindi talaga po pwede na hayaan na lang natin na bumalik. Baka magkaroon po ng meron dyan isang makapasok na may COVID. Then magkahawaan na po doon sa loob, Your Honor. So pinag-aralan po namin, Your Honor, na kung pwede nang ibalik yung face-to-face na visitation. Na matagal na rin hiningi ng ating mga yung mga loved ones ng ating mga PDL.
Yes, sir. Magandang balita po yan na inyo pong pinag-aaralan. Sapagkat alam nyo, sir, sa tagal po nating nangulungan din, 3.5 din po, napakahalaga po niyan kasi yung init ng katawan baka mapunta sa init ng ulo. Delikado po yan. Opo.
Tama po, Your Honor. Tama.
Isang katanungan na lang po sa DILG po. Sir, sa ating pong mahal na kalihim, na ating pong kaibigan. Sir, mabuhay po. Magandang tanghali po sa inyo.
Magandang tanghali po.
Sir, tanong ko lang po kasi nung nakausap ko po yung ating pong kalihim sa DOJ, kanya pong sinuportahan yung ating pong panukalang batas na magkaroon po ng regionalization ng New Bilibid Prison ng Bureau of Correction. Tatanungin ko lang po kayo kasi binanggit po niya na ang ating pong mahal na kalihim ng DOJ na makikipag-coordinate po siya sa ating mga LGU. Kasi po, yan po ang nakikitang solusyon natin para ma-decongest po natin ang Bureau of Correction. Gusto ko lamang po malaman po, mahal na kalihim, kung ano po ang opinion nyo po rito na magkaroon po tayo ng regionalization po ng Bureau of Correction.
Well, napakagandang panukala nun na Senador Robin, no? Sapagkat, differentiate ko lang po, sa BGMP po kasi kami hanggang mga detainee at sa mga sentensyado hanggang 3 years and below. More than that ay sa Bucor na po, no? Kaya pinapanukala nga namin yung single carpeta, yung digitalization ng mga records para magmula sa amin hanggang sa taas ay talagang digitalized na. Maganda po yung panukala ninyo dahil kung iisang lugar lamang, paano ka naman dadalaw nga? Yung sinasabi nyo rin kanina, kung napakalayo mo, no? It will solve a lot of things dahil kung at least regionalize ito. Andun, importante kasi sa rehabilitation at therapy at nadadalaw ka no? Ako'y naniniwala po sa panukalang ito at susuportahan po namin ito.
Napakagandang balita po nito, mahal na kalihim. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Mabuhay po kayo. Ako po ay nakasuporta sa DILG, BJMP, sa PNP, sa lahat po ng mga ahensya na nasa ilalim po ninyo. Mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat, Senator Robin, sa inyong mga tanong. Next is our Senior Vice Chair, Senator Amy Marcos. Ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, mga tira-tira na lang tanong to kasi huli na eh. Yung sa BJMP, alam ko yung firearms license fees dapat mapunta sa scholarship fund. Nung last ko nakita, nasa lampas 88 million. May scholar na nga ba na nakakuha dito?
Yes, ma'am. Tama po yung observation ninyo. May share po ang BJMP sa firearms na nabibili ng ibang mga agencies. Ang nagbibigay po sa amin ang PNP. So taon-taon po meron kami natatanggap para doon sa scholarship namin. Meron po kami mga scholars, ma'am.
So doon sa 88 million na nasa inyo, nakailang scholar na kayo ng permanently incapacitated or deceased jail officers? Yung mga anak nila, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Ngayon, ma'am, ang breakdown namin sa scholarship grant, ang college po namin ay meron kaming 51 scholars, sa high school 29, sa elementary 12. So 92 lahat yung namin yan, scholars. Meron na po kaming college graduates na 83 based sa record po namin.
Oo. Kasi parang ang konti sa 88 million. Yun kasi yung komentaryo at nagrereklamo yung ibang jail officers, yung surviving family, kung bakit daw hindi sila nakaka-access ng scholarship. Malaki naman daw yung pera. Baka hindi naman nare-release ng DBM. Ano ba ang problema?
Ito kasi, ma'am, ito yung mga personnel namin na namamatay in the line of duty.
Correct, yes.
So, konti lang din naman ng personnel po, ma'am, ng BGMP. So, meron pa kaming excess.
Bale, magkano nagagastos ninyo? Kasi ilipat na natin to kung parang hindi na masyadong nagagalaw. Sayang din.
Yes, ma'am. Dito kasi, sa mga existing benefits namin, malaki naman po. Kindergarten, 25. Primary education, 30,000.
That's right. How much have you spent? Out of the 88, magkano nagagastos ninyo? Hindi kasi naghahanap kami ng pera, di ba? Lahat tayo nagsisimot ng kung anong mga extra pondo dyan. Mukhang ito hindi ganong nagagalaw.
We spent already 12,758,446. Kaya may balance kami na
76.
88 million.
88 is the balance pa rin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Sige, maybe we should reconsider. Yes. Yes, Senator Bato, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, nabanggit na rin yung share ng BJMP
Yeah.
from the firearms collection fees. Alam mo, I just would like to get your opinion dito dahil yung PNP, matagal yung nagreklamo sa akin.
Oo.
Sabi niya, sir, bakit yung collection namin sa firearms may napupunta sa armed forces, napupunta sa Bureau of Fire, napupunta sa BJMP, samantalang kami nangangailangan din ng pondo. Whereas, on the other hand, yung collection ng air code ng Bureau of Fire, wala kaming share. Ang PNP walang share. Kung ano mang collection mag-collector ng BJMP, wala rin share na pupunta sa PNP. Hindi ba daw na kukunin na lang nila yan, sa kanila na lang yung collection nila, PNP nang gagamit, at kung okay kayo, baka pwede natin i-amend yung batas na nagko-cover dyan. Yun ang tanong ng PNP noon. Talagang gusto na lang ibalik sa kanila.
Tama. Yun ang...
Mr. Chair.
Tama, Senator Bato. Yun ang punto ko kasi kahit maliit na halaga, ang pakiwari ng mga pulis, punta na lang sa kanila at hindi naman nagagamit ng BFP
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, ay kung ako lang ang tatanungin niyo, ayaw ko lang talaga maalis yan kasi may mga scholars din kami at saka bumibili din kami ng baril. Ang BJP bumibili din naman talaga ng baril. So kung may mga fees naman na collect, naturalmente lang na mabigyan din yung bureau namin kasi
Mr. Chair, gustong sumagot ni Chief PNP?
Mr. Chairman, sir, for the information po, sir, ito po, sir, nanggaling po sa executive order, sir, nung panahon po ni President Marcos po, sir. That's why we are really pushing, sir, the amendment because nakita nga po namin, sir, na mas kailangan po namin yung utilization, sir, nito dahil specific purpose po kasi ang naka-indicate dito for scholarship po, sir. Since hindi nga po nagagamit, sir, ng AFP, BJMP, and FIRE, sir, siguro, sir, we would recommend for the amendment po, sir, na need basis na lang po siguro kung magkano po ang kailangan po nila, sir. Willing naman po kaming magbigay, sir, because the percentage naman po, sir, is napakalaki po, sir, ng ina-allocate po natin sa kanila na hindi nga po nila na-utilize so that we could also fund yung mga pending activities and project po ng
maganda yun, Chief PNP, maganda po aso rin. Maganda yun kasi on need basis, i-amend na namin. We will consider that quickly. Pero EO lang yan Pwede siguro i-suggest na lang ng executive at kayang-kaya na ni SILG yan.
Batas yun. EO.
EO. Actually, batas na rin. So, that's right. It needs a legislative to move on that. Sige po. All right. Yun lang ang itatanong ko sana sa BJMP. Tapos may mga tirang tanong dito. Para sa PNP, malaki-laki yung inyong budget for modernization. Meron kayong 2.1 billion. Natanong na ba to? Yung breakdown niyan, just for information. Kasi maraming nagsasabi na iba-iba daw yung priority ngayon ng PNP. Pwede bang ma-enlighten yung grupo kung talagang paano gagamitin itong perang to? I think you've listed mobility, firepower, and communication.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, sir. For the 2.1 billion CEP that is earmarked for 2023, ang breakdown po nito, ma'am, is for our move, shoot, communicate, investigate, and the ISO equipment that the PNP need po, ma'am. For the mobility, ma'am, 972 million, which is earmarked for the procurement of 461 patrol jeep single cab 4x2, amounting to 594 million plus, and then procurement of 120 personnel carrier 4x4, amounting to 263 million plus, and 80 light transport vehicle, these are marked vehicle amounting to 113 million, or a total of 972,517 million pesos po. For the firepower po, we'll be procuring 594 million for our basic assault rifle po. And then for the communication equipment, we'll be procuring po 177 million worth of communication equipment, because right now po, yung mga radio po namin, ang amin pong yung percentage ng fill up po is only 5% po on the communication equipment. For the investigative equipment, ma'am, amounting to 90 million, if we'll be using this to procure field investigation kit, which would bring us to 31% fill up po out of the needed investigation kit po. For the
Okay na, nasa 2.1 na tayo niyan.
Yes, ma'am. And then for the ISO equipment po, we'll be spending 165 million po para sa mga ISO equipment po namin, ma'am.
Yes. What do you mean by ISO equipment?
Ito po, ma'am, yung internal security for our international security operation equipment po.
Ano yun?
Ito po, ma'am, yung mga helmet, mga Kevlar, ma'am, yung mga armored vest po, ma'am, ng ating mga mobile forces po.
Yes. Hindi kasi a very quick perusal of the listing indicates that the investment in communication is very, very poor. So our concern is that there will be no prioritization of intel gathering, of surveillance and drone equipment, which we expected, as well as other efforts for prevention. Parang manipis sa prevention. Is that observation fair?
Yes po, ma'am.
Kasi parang ang uso ngayon, hindi ba? Dapat crime prevention. Cops should be smart cops, di ba? Ganun na ngayon eh.
Yes, ma'am.
Parang kulang sa smart.
Actually, ma'am, yung pong 2.1 billion which is for our CEP, this was actually a reduction from the CEP that was provided to us last year, which is 3 billion plus po, ma'am. So if we can ask for additional budget po, then we really are in need of other equipment po for our crime prevention po, ma'am.
Aware, no? In many cases, patrol cars, even 4x4 personal carriers and other mobility and equipment is provided by the LGU, very generously in most cases. So our concern was that you focus on modern day prevention equipment, particularly communication and surveillance. Yun lang, that was just an observation. The other observation there, dun sa 2.1 billion, walang item para sa maintenance. Alam natin, ang problema lagi ng PNP, nagkaka-aksidente, nadadali, miski mamahaling helicopter, brand new, dahil sa maintenance. and training. Parang wala akong nakikitang ganong item. Yun lang.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much po. Again, ma'am, as of last year po, we had a budget for the maintenance po, ma'am. And ito po, ma'am, yung na-slash po for next year's budget. That's why a while ago, I was also requesting, ma'am, for the inclusion po, yung mga previous po na budget na naibigay sa amin last year to be provided to us next year to sustain po yung mga maintenance ng aming chopper, yung high-speed tactical watercraft, and the patrol cars po ng ating mga police stations po.
Yes, I think it would probably be sensible to reconsider dahil parating tinatanggal ng PNP pag nagbabawas ng budget, yung maintenance. We need to protect and defend the lives of our policemen as well. And very, very expensive equipment. Maybe you can reconsider having a look at the patrol cars and the other vehicles that are to be acquired. Yun lang po, just consideration that maintenance should not be consistently cut. It's happened year on year and we have the accidents to prove it. Okay. Thank you po. Thank you, Chief. And I think that's a very good suggestion regarding the license fees and other collections. For OSEC lang po, very quickly, for the Secretary, please. The regionalized distribution of the 2023 DILG budget is even more centralized than it has been in the past. 80.37%, or the lion's share, is once again allotted to Luzon. Malaki. 80.37%. Mindanao, where we have so many issues, is lagging at 10.64%. Visayas at 8.99%. At the same time, if you look at the top three in terms of proportionate share of budget, ang NCR Region 4A, Region 7 have a combined allocation of 71%, 71.21%. Parang napunta lahat dito sa tatatlong region. We are aware that they're the most populous metropolitan areas, but at the same time, the rest of the government has an effort to decentralize. Why is DILG lacking? Further, if we look at the central offices of DILG, they are all 100% located in NCR. Are we going to be able to ensure that plans and projects for the various regions will be adequately implemented given the concentration in central Manila?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, regarding the distribution of the regional allocation, this is already a line item budget in our budget, but with representations with the DBM, with your observations, we also based our regional allocation on the number of personnel, Madam Chair, and also the number of units.
You're confirming what I've just said. There is gross inequity in budget, personnel, and even offices.
Yes, Your Honor. And we are.
I think I want to hear the opposite. I want reassurance from your part that we will decentralize and that local governments in far-flung and remote areas will be adequately tended to. Instead of which, you're reinforcing my problem.
As to, I'm talking, Mr. Chairman, the allocation as to the Office of the Secretary budget, but as to the beneficiary LGUs, we are not the one who's determining the LGU recipient if it's the LGSF project, Madam Chair.
No, I'm talking about the entire budget of the DILG.
Oh.
I'm not talking about the LGSF. Ibang usapan yun. Sila mag-a-apply dun eh. Hindi. That's not the problem. Sinasabi ko, yung entire DILG budget, 80.37% puros Luzon. Walang developmental aspect. Nakatutok kayo lahat sa DILG, NCR, 4A, and Cebu. Ba't ganun? Wala bang karapatan yung ibang region? Wala bang problema doon? Walang krimen, walang gulo, walang project, walang program?
With the permission of Vice Chair Marcos, baka naman may, that sounds like a disproportionate amount yung 80%. Baka naman merong programs na nakabook lang sa central office, but upon implementation are actually spread out. Maybe that's what It would help if you could put
Yes.
that on the record.
Yes, Madam Chair. We call these centrally managed items. But yes, locally funded projects, but the recipient regional
Pangit sa paper.
directors, yes.
Yeah, tama si Senator Marcos, but maybe you can put it on the record.
Yan, kasi
Oh,
yan
it's the
lulusotin.
booking, booking
Yes.
aspect.
Siguradong booking yan sa Quezon City. Ang problema, hindi nga maayos. Pero kahit dun sa booking, in terms of proportionate share of budget, 71% nasa tatatlong region. Mayayamang region yan. Paano yung mga BARM? Siyempre, sabihin natin, may block grant. Paano yung Cordillera, yung Caraga, yung Region 8? Mangangamote na lang kami forever.
Ma'am, papareview ko because the entire DILG, of course, it's supervision over all local LGUs, the PNP, the police, the fire, NAPOLCOM, ang dami po nito. We'll just have to review things. For all we know, baka namang ito po ay it's a matter of accounting, nakalagay lamang po sa central.
Feeling a
Pero
lot of
naka-
it is accounting, Your
Yes,
Honor.
it's just probably an
Mr.
accounting
Secretary.
thing, sir. Ma'am.
Kasi 80% sounds too high.
Yes, yes. Oh.
Yeah.
In Luzon.
I'm certain that that's the case, but perhaps the
Imayin na lang natin para
Yes.
we can get the more accurate figure. Ho?
Yes, ma'am.
accounting bears review, no?
Yes, ma'am.
It's also a problem that your central office is in the National Capital Region. They're all located here, all the central offices. I recall that President Duterte had an effort to spin them out to other regions so that the other projects and programs would be adequately dealt with. For example, the NTF-LCAC is always controversial. It's managed from Manila. The bulk is not in Manila. The bulk is really supposed to go to Mindanao, to Cordillera, and elsewhere. Bakit lahat ng opisina lagi na lang sa Manila o sa Quezon City?
Ma'am, siguro it's more of, again, it's accounting. We're tasked to monitor, binababa sa amin, and then binababa naman namin sa bawat region. Ganun po nangyayari eh.
Understood, Secretary,
Yes, ma'am.
pero I'm talking about the offices now. This is not just
Yes.
downloading of funds.
I solely,
Clearly, when there is an office, mas matututukan yung NTF-LCAC. Napakadami ng problema dyan. Naintindihan ko yung problema. Kasi dun sa amin, na-download nga sa LGU, wala naman magbibid sa barangay na nasa tuktok ng bundok. Walang kikitain eh. At saka natatakot pa sila, NPA pa sila. Sino magbibid dyan? Kaya hindi natutuloy. But I think if some of these offices, where their concerns and projects and programs are actually implemented in far-flung areas, di dapat yung DILG pumunta na rin doon para makita nila yung problema. Kasi kitang-kita naman yung issue dyan sa NTF-LCAC.
yes, ma'am, we have a very strong regional directors, regional offices po, no? And at the municipal level, ma'am.
Clearly not strong enough kasi hindi na i-implement yung NTF-LCAC. That's just an example. Maybe it's just a consideration. Just looking at the general overview of the DILG budget, the local governance program also encourages the development of the local development councils. 188 million for 2023. I would like to know what has happened to the local governance program. How many LDCs have so far been created? Kasi parang mabagal yata ang rollout nito.
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, the local development councils are created in all the local government units in the country as provided in the local government.
Yes, we're aware what they are. I just wanted an update. Ilan na ang LGU na nagkakaroon ng LDC?
Lahat po ng LGUs natin sa buong Pilipinas meron ng local development council. Actually,
Sigurado po kayo niyan? Kasi ang pagkalam ko, ilan lang yan.
yes, ma'am. We have created, the LGUs have the LDCs are created in all the provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays all over the country. What we are now doing is to make sure that the LDCs are organized, are compliant to the provisions of the local government code, wherein not less than 20% of the total membership are coming from the civil society organizations. So we are ensuring the functionality of the local development councils, sir, ma'am.
Yes, you
through
said
the
I'm aware
capacity
that
building
there are
initiatives of the
LDCs,
DILG.
yeah, as mandated by law. But our civil society and other NGOs say that wala pang 20% ang active dyan. So maybe that bears looking at as well.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the result of the study that we conducted, no, particularly the result of the seal of good local governance,
Oo.
87.5% of our LDCs are compliant with the provision of the law, requiring that CSO should comprise not less than 20% of the
No,
whole
the seal of
council.
the seal of good governance kasi iba naman yun eh. Pero yung local governance program, ano naman yun?
Yes, ma'am. That's also part of the research that was
Yes,
conducted
that's
by the local governance
Maybe
program.
maybe what I need na lang siguro is you could give me an updated report kasi ang pagkaalam namin medyo mabagal ang trabaho diyan sa local development councils. Ang hinahabol syempre yung seal of good governance dahil may premyo yun eh. Kaya medyo okay yan. Tingnan na lang natin, just have a look and then maybe update us because year on year we've found that the activity at local development council level has been very, very slow.
Yes, Mr. Chair, will provide you the data, the result of the research that we conducted.
Thank you.
Speaking
With the
of this-
permission, with your permission,
Yeah.
Your Honor, I just ask, inakyat ba ng LDC when there are projects proposed in the RDC,
Oh,
hindi ba
what's
dapat tinasa ng LDC yun? I don't know, I'm not 100% familiar, pero hindi ba dapat pasado sa LDC yun bago iakyat sa RDC?
Yes, sir. That's supposedly because the RDC the members of the RDC, for example, the different lighting agencies, will not accept the proposal from the LGU if it is not contained in their local development investment program, which is supposed to be discussed thoroughly at the LDC level.
Yes, the other concern is nabanggit na ni Yusek, yung seal of good governance. Sinong nag-stipulate ng mga criteria niyan?
In the law.
It's in the law, right?
There's a law.
I remember.
There are a number of fixed components and there's a leeway to the...
Yeah. Hindi ba?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yung basic qualifications nasa batas. Pero di ba may dagdag yan?
Mr. Chair, under the SGLG law, there are 10 thematic areas which are identified, and each thematic area is being worked on by a technical working group. For example, the thematic area on health, no, is being headed by the Department of Health, no, and the other national government agencies head the different technical working groups. So it's the TWGs which determine the criteria that are supposed to be looked into in the different thematic areas.
Yes, I think the law only establishes the broad range of activities that could be covered. My concern lang, Yusek Iringan, is that there have been some LGUs have been very active and very committed to climate change, mitigation, alleviation, and so on. Ano? So, hindi kasi kabilang yan eh. Sa palagay ko, dapat ma-update na yata yung...
Is there room in the law?
there
I'm just
is
wondering, is there room in the law for, I think I remember in the debates, may parang variable component
yun nga,
to
that's
allow
what they
evolution of the criteria yun. Di ba tama yun? Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. What is provided in the law is the 10 thematic areas. But what the TWGs can work on is the criteria.
Di ba may fixed tapos yung that's set forth in law, health, blah, 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 education, whatever. Pero meron ding di ba, parang you are free to in new criteria, hindi ba? May ganon? May ganon provision? I remember may ganong provision eh. That
Yes,
gives you
Mr. Chair. It is provided in the
yung
law.
sinasabi ni Vice Chair Amy, pasok niya yun, yung mga climate change na importanteng issue sa atin. No?
Basta first now as it's within the aligned siya.
Mr. Chair, disaster preparedness and climate change adaptation is already one of the thematic area. But
Yeah.
we can still enhance the criteria under this thematic area.
No, I recall that it was a matter of great resentment when I was governor in Ilocos Norte as well as the governor of Negros at that time, Governor Marañon. We were so committed to renewable energy and mangroves and yet it was never counted for the seal of good housekeeping. Samantalang, ang gobyerno natin parating sinasabi, climate change, wala naman nangyari nun. The other question there is the GAD budget. Are we still confined to women's toilets or have we moved forward?
Mr. Chair, sir, may PCW. Sige. Mr. Chair, we have the Executive Director of the PCW. Thank you, sir.
That, yeah.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam
morning, go
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Ano kaya yung mga projects na nakalista dyan? Kasi for the longest time, puro CR eh.
There was an issue that cropped up lang, Madam Senator, on whether or not we should assign a separate comfort room for persons of diverse OG.
Okay, pero is that the full extent of women empowerment?
No
Sa
po,
DILG, nakakatawa naman.
no po, ma'am. The DILG, in fact, is in charge of monitoring the gender plan and budget of all the local government.
Yes, I know. What I'm saying is that there's a 5% set aside
Yes,
for the GAD. Ano ng mga project ang sinasaloob ng 5% na yan?
It would depend, ma'am, on what gender issues are.
Pero asan yung listahan?
It depends, ma'am, on the.
Hindi, may listahan yan. Saan ginastos yung 5%? Maliwanag yung 5%.
Each LGU po, ma'am, has a set of projects po nila, ma'am, on where they are spending their GAD.
But you're the executive director. You don't have a list? Who has the list?
We have no specific list, ma'am, on what certain projects will fall under GAD.
Can you make the list as soon as possible before we get to plenary? Otherwise, puro CR na naman ang kababaihan niya.
Yes, ma'am, we will undertake to submit that.
Yeah, the answer is not, it depends.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank
we
you.
will submit.
Yeah.
Madam, Madam Senator, if it's okay, this is just the list that we'll be submitting won't be the exclusive GAD projects that will be undertaken by the LGUs and the NGAs, but more on guidance for them kung ano po yung pwede.
Guidance is not a list, dear.
Yes, okay. Yes, Madam Chair. We'll give you
It's not okay.
Yes, ma'am. We'll give you more specific projects.
Yeah, we fought hard for the 5%.
Yes,
What are you doing with it?
Yes, ma'am. We will do that.
Secretary, hindi po pwede yun. Pwede ba tutukan lang ninyo konti? 5% is very large.
Yes,
Even
ma'am.
your budget.
Yes, the PCW will, I will make sure that they will submit you the list, ma'am.
Oo, pati yung climate change, I think that's mandated for everyone, but it doesn't occur in any single item of the DILG. That's a concern. And I think that'll be all, Mr. Chair. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Senior Vice Chair Marcos. Now we'll go back to Minority Leader Senator Coco. Yeah, sir.
Magandang hapon po muli sa lahat. Balikan natin yung yung nabanggit na centrally managed funds. I don't have the figure right now, pero yan ang binabantayan namin, yung mga lump sum, confidential, intelligence, and then centrally managed funds. So as of the moment, aminado tayong malaki yung nakalodge sa centrally managed funds natin for the budget of the DILG. Yan ang naintindihan ko. But as of the moment, does the net detail already saan pupunta itong centrally managed funds? Kasi ang expenditure niya discretion na of central office. Therefore, central office can, in the actual implementation of the budget, can favor some areas. So destroying our study, monitoring where the amounts are spent. Metro Manila, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, meron kaming preliminary figures na ganon, and yet may centrally managed funds. Diba? So, at the moment, itong centrally managed fund in the budget of the DILG, meron na po bang detalyan on at least we can predict how this amount will be disbursed or spent?
As for the monitoring and evaluation for the local government units, support to local government units, Mr. Senator, we already have identified allocation for our regions on the basis of the number of barangays that we'll be targeting for 2023. But for the other PPAs that we'll be implementing, we have yet to sit down to finalize our operations plan and budget for 2023.
Magkano po yun? Yung yet to sit down, magkano po yung PAPs or PPAs po na yun?
Iba-iba kasi siya, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nyo ma-estimate sa under the OSEC? Walang ganun?
we have different items under the OSEC, Mr. Chair, and we have to look into that and
Himay natin kanina, they will submit daw to us.
we are allowed to submit.
Minority Leader kasi sabi nga natin, I think it's deceptive in a sense because yung 80% they have programs which are lodged with the national office pero upon implementation are actually spread out in the different regions.
Yes,
So,
yes, on paper, nationwide programs yun,
Opo.
di ba? Pero yun na nga yung tanong ko, but kasi the discretion will be exercised next year na when the budget is being implemented eh. So, pwedeng pag in the exercise of the discretion, mas mapaboran ang Luzon, all the more, or maybe gano'n. So, siguro ngayon siguro is the opportune time to ask for an accomplishment report on how the centrally managed funds of 2021 kasi fact na yun, tapos na yung year na yun on how the centrally managed funds of 2021 were spent. Actually, iba na kasi actually na po yun, saan ang destinasyon ng piso, saan pumunta, Luzon, Metro Manila, Visayas, o Mindanao. What do you think, Yusek?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can submit that to the committee. We already have the data for 2021.
Yes, para makita, no? Sige, so we can compare it then when the 2021 budget was structured, ito naman yung pinakita na distribution ng mga funds. Tapos balikan ko rin yung maganda yung Local Development Council kasi na topic na ang pagkaintindi ko kasi yan, we have local development councils and then their plans are adopted by the next higher LGU. And then, what percentage of the plans under this system find their way into the NEP?
Mr. Chair, frankly, we do not have the answer right now. We have to look into our data.
Kung walang study na ganyan, so after the planning process all the way to the top, provincial level na, what happens to the plan? By RDC pa pala, province and then RDC, what happens to the plans po?
Mr. Chair, I can speak for one program that we are implementing, and what is happening is there is bottom-up planning, which is the Support to Barangay Development Program. These 959 barangays, for example, for 2023, which are targeted to be beneficiaries of the program, have already identified priority programs, priority projects, through consultation and discussion at barangay level that would address some development gaps in the barangay. And these are the projects that were submitted to the higher local government unit and particularly to the national government through the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. So these are specific projects identified through honest to goodness consultation at the barangay to address development gaps. But
it's already part of the NEP for 2023.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes.
And it's specified what the project is.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chair, pinag-usapan natin ito yata kahapon pero
That's right. That's why we wanted
hindi
to
pa rin siya
clarify.
hindi pa rin siya ganun ka, ang impression natin sa sagot as if detalyado na na may kada barangay may amount Kung tutusin, walang amount, may ceiling amount na i-present, linista ang mga barangay, linista ang menu na pwedeng gastusan, lilagyan ng ceiling amount ang kada barangay and then may ceiling amount ang buong programa. Tama po ba?
Sir, for the Support to Barangay Development Program, we already have the specific projects.
So it's listed in the NEP, whether it's a classroom,
It will be attached to
whether
the
it
NEP,
is
sir.
a road, whether it is a capacity building program, a feeding program, ganon ka specific.
Yes, sir. For 2023, we have 6 items actually in the menu.
6 na.
Yes, sir. Farm to Market Road, school buildings.
Pero hindi natin alam kung ano yung kung 959 barangay sabi niyo no.
Yes, sir.
Hindi pa natin alam sa ngayon kung ano sa 6 ang request nitong isang particular na barangay at magkano. Hindi niyo pa alam.
Meron na po, sir. Meron
na.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so
Because we already did the consultation
I hope the attachment is also before us because what was shown to me yesterday was the attachment for, in fairness naman, for 2022 yun. Nakita ko yung but in 2022, tama pa ba ako pag-describe ko? In 2022, there was an attachment, a listing of the barangays.
Ano yung sa 20?
Nasa special provisions, ang five menu items you can charge to the fund and then as a GAA yung amount ng fund. That was 2022, am I right? Anong improvements natin sa 2023? Anong pagkaibang approach natin ngayon sa 2023 GAA?
For 2023, we did the consultations early for our 959 target barangays, Mr. Chair.
Please furnish us with the specific attachment so we can, I think
I will compare kasi fresh yesterday lang namin
Yeah, we were discussing it yesterday, and we said, well, if the identification occurs after the enactment of the budget, it takes the form of a pork barrel kasi it's not, it's a lump sum or it's not specified. So, what legislators want, and Yusek Inacanda of DBM said, in accordance with yung maayos na public finance, talagang dapat nakaspecify yun. If my recollection is correct, no?
And if you really did the extra effort, believe ako sa inyo. Yun na ngayon, kulang na ang feeling ko kulang pa sa effort. A little more effort sana to detail it. Wala na, ano na tayo. We will be beyond the questioning as to whether or not it violates the barrel rule of the Supreme Court. If you really did this extra effort, under the leadership of our secretary, talagang believe ako, but I think we need to see the attachment.
Yeah, it's all in that. Saka, in addition to, before you answer, Yusek, I agree with the minority leader. Saka, it will also increase or enhance public faith in the program, given that it's only in its second or third year of expanded application. Mas maganda na nakaspecify talaga dyan para yung tao, mawala yung duda sa programa at makita nila, talagang napupunta yung pupundo sa mga sinasabing pupuntahan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Vice Chair De La Rosa.
Mr. Chair, in addition to that, Mr. Chair, by doing so, kung nakalista na barangay doon, no? Halimbawa, Bato, Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, nakalagay doon yung 20 million na barangay development program nila ay talagang naka-earmark, nakalagay doon sa batas na yan ay gagamitin para sa patubig ng barangay na yan. Then, next year, hanapin ng mga tao yan kung, di ba? May guide din yung mga tao kasi
pwede singilin.
Accountability. Malaman lang, sabi nung batas na yun, meron kaming 20 million na patubig. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin nangyari. So, binusa na ng local government yun pag walang dumating doon. So, para clear tayo, para tuloyan nang matapos yung problema natin sa insurgency. Wala na talaga itong problema natin sa
Kasi ang nangyayari, Yusek, tama si Senator Bato, tama si Minority Leader, gusto namin tumulong, pero nahirapan kami na tumulong kasi nakikita namin some of the practices of the program are not in accord with good budgeting or best practices with respect to budgeting. Ayaw naman namin na we have a special standard just for NTF-LCAC. Gusto namin pantay-pantay. What we apply to other agencies, we demand an accounting, we demand the disbursement, maayos yung disbursement, yun din ang i-apply namin sa NTF-LCAC program.
Yes, Mr. Chair, no. Just to share additional information, for 2021, each barangay received 20 million. For 2022, it's 4 million pesos for the 1,404 barangays. For 2023, for the 959 barangays, they will receive more or less 10.47 million pesos. And we already have with us the list of projects for 2023, Mr. Chair. Actually, for the 959 barangays, there are 1,728 projects listed. No?
Is that listed list of projects of the National Expenditure Program submitted to Congress? If so, what page, what part of each book? Parang specific na tayo kasi we're looking for that attachment and the budget stuff here behind me is telling me that they don't see it.
So, Chair, I'll just have to clarify if we were able to generate this data.
I remember last year, kami yung nag-attach. We asked for it and we attached it. Kasi gusto na natin, maayos eh. Pero ngayon, we're waiting for that list, yung hinihingi ni Minority Leader. So, huwag na tayong bumasa ginawa natin last year. In fact, as you mentioned, let's try to improve on what we did last year.
Mr. Chair, sir, I will just submit it to your committee.
Sinabi mo, it's part of pala, hindi naman pala part, di ba?
Ito po, 1,728.
And budget hearing naman ito. Kaya nga, okay, kaya nga nag-improve tayo. Yeah. I-improve natin yung programs. Kasi kami mga lawyers naman, meron kasing Supreme Court decision. Gusto namin compliant tayo. May mga elements yata sila that they can spot a pork barrel expenditure or allocation. So there are elements. So yun lang natin, make sure na hindi present sa program na ito yung any of the elements there. Konti na lang konting effort pa. I mean, makaka-comply na tayo to the spirit of an itemized budgeting. I think that is the spirit of the budgeting process. What do you think, Mr. Secretary? Parang ganun
Yes, it's a very good practice and should really continue. We will submit it, sir.
That's why kami nga sa minority, sabi namin, ang hinahanap namin yung mga lump sum, which I found one pala sa iyo. Buti naalala ko. I think I found one in your department. You have confidential funds, Secretary? Do you have confidential funds for the 2023 budget? 100.6 million pesos. Tama po ba? May nahanap din ako lump sum. 100.6.
Yes, sir. It should be, shall I?
Yes, what is this for? Why do you need it?
It should be used for the information necessary for the implementation of activities relevant to peace and order as follows. Sustain the gains in the anti-illegal drugs campaign, particularly in greater focus on the case build-up against illegal drug suspects. Information gathering on uniformed personnel engaging directly or indirectly in selling of firefighting equipment or other important equipment, and those soliciting favor of monetary consideration in exchange of the monetary services rendered or clearances rendered. Monitoring and updating efforts and information gathering for local officials allegedly involved in terrorism and insurgency activities supportive of leftist atrocities. Information gathering against illegal drugs in jail facilities of personnel and persons deprived of liberties in coordination with the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency and the Philippine National Police for the conduct of Greyhound operations, and ensuring evidence-based surveillance reports against syndicates carrying out economic sabotage activities such as price manipulation and illegal importation. Not mentioning the fact, of course, terrorists, rebels, etc.
Ang maganda sigurong policy, yun ang personal stand ko sa minority. We try to reduce as much as possible confidential intelligence funds. Kasi ang total na po sa 2023 budget, and I'm sure hindi ito kompleto, we may have overlooked some 9.3 billion 9.3 billion in confidential and intelligence funds. So tapos ang parati natin naririnig sa gobyerno, we have limited fiscal space, ang dami mga budget appeals ng iba-ibang gobyerno, motions for reconsideration, wish lists, and yet 9.2 will go to confidential and intelligence funds. Parang kanina sa tinanong ko si Director Puracan sa Bureau of Fire, kasi sa laws of economics naman yan, ito lang yung resources mo. Meron kang nahanapan na 45 million, some using your discretion now, some mo igagastos, di ba? Fire trucks or firearms. So I'm sure, hindi natin sinagot, pero I'm sure fire trucks naman siguro yung sagot mo doon, sir. So mga ganun Secretary ba, na yun ang mission namin na kulang talaga ng fiscal space, kulang ng pera. Kulang pa nga sa revenue, yung ating balak gagastusin, utangin pa nga eh. And yet 9.2. We are allocating for confidential and intelligence funds.
Well, so sana maunawaan ng ating mga kababayan that our department is in the forefront of war against drugs, terrorism, rebels, primarily for peace and order and public safety. Sana maunawaan nila na ang kalaban namin rito ay mga bilyonaryo, mga drug pushers, and really we need this intelligence fund, no, para to combat it. Yun naman po ang sa amin, sir. I hope sana maunawaan po ang talagang kinakailangan po ng ahensya po ito.
The confidential intelligence funds are not the funds to be used to combat them, di ba? This is to gather information.
Yes, yes, sir.
What is now the
Yes, sir.
program to combat them? Meron pa sigurong program or project to combat them.
There are, sir, but intelligence gathering is one of the basic one of the most important components, sir. Napaka-importante po talaga.
Kaya that's why we also look at the reasonableness of the amounts. Kasi medyo pwede itong arbitrarily set ito eh. So, sir, just give us a hint. If,
Yes, sir.
if okay lang, if okay lang,
Yes, sir.
in the full hearing of the public,
Yes, sir.
for how was this amount set, for example, in your department? How did you arrive at the 100 million amount?
Through past experiences, sir. In fact, if I would just, I would like to inform the body that in just about 3 weeks in office, about 100 Abu Sayyaf rebels surrendered the first time, the biggest in the history of the country in Sulu. I was there with Governor Sakultan. After a week about more than 50 in Bukidnon, Cagayan de Oro, Abra, Iloilo, and just yesterday, the other day, I was in Agusan del Sur, so 200, because of very good intelligence gathering on the ground by the PNP, in coordination, of course, with the local officials in the AFP. This is only on the of terrorism, rebels, and of course we've got other tasks like the demolition of the private army groups. No? Another task po yan, aside from the war against illegal drugs.
Thank you for that explanation, Secretary. But ang PNP yata, dito naman si Chief, you also have intelligence funds of 806 million, more or less. Tama po yan, ano, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Sige, thank you. Anyway, inaaral pa natin yan so that to better appreciate the continuing pouring of resources in these two kinds of expense category. Basta 9.3 na halos sa 9.3 billion na po yun. Yung nahanap lang na po namin. Okay, Mr. Secretary, ito po hindi mo pa panahon, pero syempre DILG continuing body naman yan eh. Yung on the COVID releases to the DILG as of December 31, 2021, total allotment of 7.42 billion was released to the DILG for the COVID-19 initiatives. Welcome back now.
Hindi, no, 3
Si JB para sa billboard.
Pinagalitan lang ako.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And then, the bulk daw, sir, of the releases was for the hiring and training of contact tracers. 5.8 billion na daw ang ginastos actually. But how successful was this program? Una sa lahat, was this really administered by the DILG? The responsibility sa inyo ba binigay yun? Did you consider it a success? Kasi ang reklamo ko natatanggap is yung mga pumupunta may pinipila pa dati yan. Pila-pila pa sila ng mga papel. Tapos not a single one of them daw even receive any text notification na di ba supposed to be you are supposed to be notified na someone who is positive went to the place where you went. Walang mga ganung mga experiences po eh. So what happened to the entire amount of the contact tracing, Mr. Secretary?
Well, before I used to be chairman of the Metro Manila Development Authority, and the DILG secretary was Secretary Anyo. I will say that at that time, ang una pong pumasok sa atin was the UK variant and the South African variant and then the Delta. Yun yung pinaka-deadly. Itong sumunod na lately, itong I forgot na. Medyo hindi na medyo pandemic sa dami, hindi na makukontact trace yan. But I will say during the first few years or month, napaka-importante dahil napaka-deadly. Kamukha ng South Africa, ng UK, ng Delta, talagang meron po kami yung PBITR. You prevent, you detect, you integrate, you then rehabilitation. It's one of the portion there was to immediately detect. I will say at that time, ganun ka-importante kaya I'm coming from MMDA at that time, I'm coordinating with all of the LGUs in Metro Manila. Laking tulong sa amin noon na DILG nagbigyan kami mga contact tracers dahil sobrang laki na ng gastusin ng LGUs, hindi kinakaya. Kaya yung tinulong sa aming contact tracers, malaking tulong po doon. Na-experience, yun po lang ang masasabi ko tungkol dito. I would say it was really money well spent po at that time.
That's more than 5 billion po yata, no, sa Secretary? Tama po ba?
I'm not sure. Magkano ba, Esther? Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
under
sir.
the Bayanihan 2, the total allotment of 5 billion to finance the hiring of at least 50,000 contract tracers. Out of this amount, only 3.5 billion was released to us. And the obligations out of the 3.5 is 3.083 billion, and the balance is 428 million, which was carried over for 2021. And from these balances, since under RA 11519, the validity of this balance is until June 30, 2021. So the 436 million was automatically reverted to the general fund as of June 30, 2021. And for this 436 million, we use it again for, yes, it was reverted as of June 30, 2021. But in 2021 GAA, this is not part of Bayanihan 2, but part of the approved budget of the DILG. We have 500 million for 2,000 contact tracers. So all in all, Mr. Chair, although the Bayanihan 2 says that the allotment for the 5,000, for the 50,000 contact tracers is 5 billion, we only received 3.5 out of that, and 3.083 billion was obligated.
Ang importanteng malaman natin na itong halagang ito, mga 3 billion, i-fix na lang natin sa 3 billion, at least pinambayad sa allowances or compensation ng tao ito. Tao.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
At least, yan, mas maganda yun kaysa sa binili ng mga computer system na sa tao, pumunta sa tao. Very good. Mabuti naman po yun. Meron po akong hindi masyadong naintindihan kasi sa budget ninyo, entries ninyo. Meron kayong net budgetary adjustment. For example, in 2021, 63.66 billion. Can someone explain this to this representation, Mr. Secretary? Ano ba ang meaning nito at
Yes, our
ano pong implication
Master
ito?
Secretary.
Anong sanggaling ito?
Esther, please.
In effect, yung concept, ma'am, of net budgetary adjustment. What is that?
Mr. Chair, this is on top of the appropriations given to the DILG OSEC, like transfers from the lump sum amount of barangay officials death benefit, which is out of the 50 million under the GAA, what was released to us is 43,174,000 in 2021, and other miscellaneous personal benefit fund wherein personal benefit deficiency is being charged here and released by the DBM also, and pension and gratuity fund. So these are the budgetary adjustments.
So meaning to say from other items in the GAA,
Yes.
not under your not under your department or the OSEC,
Yes, sir.
nadagdagan po kayo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
On top of-
for the purposes of the line item, no?
Yes.
So personal benefits, etc. Okay. Sige po na. Thank you for that education. BJMP, sino pong at BJMP? Yes, sir, Chief Iral. Ang ating pong subsistence, ang entry natin for our inmates is subsistence allowance nila 4.6 billion, and we have medicine allowance, ang tawag dyan, which is 999 plus million naman. Okay. And how many inmates do we have? Siyempre, budget ito for next year, we do not know, but more or less for this year, or ano ba yung mga, how do you keep track of the number of inmates under your care for purposes of budgeting, and what number did you use?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman. Yes, tama po, Mr. Chair. Meron kaming 4 billion for the prisoner subsistence allowance, then almost 1 billion for medicines. Ang budgeting po namin dyan, sir, pag nag-request kami sa DBM, actual talaga. Meaning, kung mayroong target kami next year dyan na nilagay ang DBM 182,556, hindi po talaga namin yan magagamit, ma-utilize lahat. Kaya yung bureau namin, taon-taon, meron kaming hindi na-utilize na pera. Kasi actual man ang pag-release ng DBM ng pondo para sa pagkain ng preso.
Ang pag-release actual, ang budgeting is may estimate, mayroon tayo, may assumption tayo.
May assumption po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so ang ginagamit natin na figures or rates para sa kanila is 70 pesos per day for the subsistence, and then 15 pesos per day for the medicine. So, kaya naman, we can manage. I mean, kumusta ang human rights ng inmates natin pagdating sa pagkain, sir?
Okay naman po, sir. Actually, yun nga ang tanong kanina sa akin yan ni Senator Bato, na kung kasama ba dyan yung inflation dyan sa ano. Actually, nakapig talaga yan, sir. So, 70 lang yung ano.
Okay. So, kunyari, sir, 182,556 ang ginamit natin na assumption. In reality,
hindi po namin yan lahat.
Let us say, for example, 2021, ano yung actual release, ano yung number of inmates na nagamit as a figure for the actual release?
For 2021, Your Honor, 125 only.
125,000.
147.
Okay, so the balance, since na-allocate sa inyo yan, and then the balance remains with the DBM. So we have to ask them what happens to the balance, di ba?
That's why, Your Honor, I asked the Secretary of DBM if we can utilize the remaining amount. Say, for example, construction of our national headquarters.
Pero nga, over the years, no. Ang sagot, no. So, pwede siguro natin ng ano yan. Kasi tama naman, Mr. Chairman, mahirap nga na mag-budget ka this year for next year's pakain sa mga inmates. You do not know the actual talaga. I mean, there's logic in the planning. Pero over the years, more of yung assumed number of inmates natin is greater than the actual. So okay, so tignan na, we just have to ask DBM what happens to the surplus amount, no? It is not added as a budgetary supplement to the budgetary adjustment to the OSEC. Sino may sumagot sa atin, ma'am? Si ASEC Aldana. Baka nag-CR lang. Sige. Thank you, sir, for the information. For the Bureau of Fire, we have...
If I may just add, with your indulgence, kasi siguro yung sinasabi ni Director Iral, that's for a 1-year cash budgeting system ho. Pero for 2022, we put a 2-year horizon for MOE and capital outlay. So pag hindi nila matapos for 2022, it carries over to 2023. And they can use it until December 31, 2023, Your Honor.
Yes, but Mr. Chairman, nga, if historical data says nga na they have been budgeting more, the assumption is they're using a number more than the actual, so that means for next year we also expect another excess or surplus.
So we can adjust. You can use that item since there will be an excess at the end of 2022. That excess will be available to them is what I'm saying for 2023, because contrary to what we did in previous years where at the end of the year it will revert unless we extended the budget, which we did also in the past 3 years.
Correct.
Ito, inbuilt na po wala na tayong extension. Nandoon na po sa GAA mismo yung extension. So, it's up to us what we want to do for if there is still an excess for the 2023 budget, given that meron na silang excess from their 2022, Your Honor.
Kaya nga nagpaparinig yata si Director na for other expenses, And they've tried to do it administratively by asking DBM permission. Tinanggihan sila.
Yeah,
So pag-isipan natin ngayon yun kung if we make it safe to do it by law kasi baka nga naman magkakaroon ng kaso-kaso eh. So pero yun ibig sabihin nun yung user natin of the funds, the supposed to be beneficiary of the fund, kinikwento na sa atin na sobra, baka naman tapos may iba silang needs na kulang, baka pwedeng doon ilagay. So pag-aralan po namin na mabuti yan with the experts in our budget process. But we hear you. At ganun na ang nangyari. And is it illegal to feed them with better quality food na than what you're bawal kasi masira yung baka nga kayo baka sabihin nag-blinote nyo pa yung tama. I see the difficulty. Can I now go, Mr. Chairman, to the Bureau of Fire? Tama po ba, sir, pagkaintindi ko, you have a budget for fire trucks? Tama, sir?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
240 million? Ikayo na lang po magsabi ng amount para maintindihan ko po.
Based on the NEP for 2023, Your Honor, for the procurement of fire trucks, 41 units.
41 units.
But the 41 units, Your Honor, the breakdown is out of the regular fund, 16 units amounting to 240 million, while from the chargeable to the fire code fees collection, 25 units, 375 million, a total of 615 million, or 41 units.
Chargeable to the
fire code fees collection, the
fire
code fees collection, Your Honor, the SAGF.
Yung cash naman ito, nag-guarantee na kayo na meron ito. Meron pera.
Yes, Your Honor, the total balance now.
Sabi ko muna si Secretary, bakit ko ito natanong? Galing ako doon sa energy hearing eh. Meron mga trust fund, may mga trust fund eh. Pero may balance eh, on paper eh. Pero sasabihin siya, wala yung actual cash. Ngayon dito kausap natin si fire director. 375 in-expect po niya from that special account to collect fire fees.
Fire code fees collection.
Fire code fees collection.
Yes, Your Honor.
But have you been assured na yung 375 nag-exist talaga? It's there to be released sa inyo.
This is certified by the DBM already, Your Honor.
Kasi sa kabila, iba usapan doon. Bilyon pinag-usapan namin doon, Secretary. No cash yun, on paper balance yun. But at least ito certified, ibang
Is that the Malampaya Fund, Minority Leader?
Yes, Malampaya Fund. Our chairman is really an expert on the budget process. Alam niya, kahit wala siya doon, alam niya ang pinag-usapan. And then are we buying rescue trucks? Iba ba yan? Iba po yan sa fire trucks?
Mag-iba pa po ito, Your Honor.
Saan po galing ang pera naman ito?
This is out of the regular fund.
Regular funds, okay. And then we're buying transport vehicles? Iba naman po yan?
Iba po ito, Your Honor.
Saan po manggaling yan?
Galing po ito sa regular fund din, Your Honor.
And then kanina narinig ko, you're also buying ambulances?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan po yan?
Usually, Your Honor, the sources of funds for this, there are adjustments made to the fire code fees collection because every year, the automatic appropriations is 1 billion.
Yeah, nasabi mo.
And our collection is around 2.5 billion. And there were some supplemental allocations given through the years. May nadadagdag po talaga sa amin out of the request namin. Ginagrant din naman po ng DBM yung mga request namin.
Kaya nga, okay itong mga yung mga fire truck and rescue trucks, baka konektado naman, transport vehicle. Yung ambulance po, bakit kailangan kayo na rin po ang bibili ng ambulance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Para saan po yun?
Pursuant to Executive Order number 56, the EMS or the Emergency Medical Services, it's our function. Rescue, part po siya ng rescue. Your Honor.
Oo nga, napapanood ko, Secretary, yung nangyari sa Florida, tinaanan ng isang malaking storm. Yung fire department, grabe ang abilidad. Nung nakita ko yan, I'm hoping na yung ating Bureau of Fire natin can also perform this multifunction, multitasking. Ang galing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready tayo, sir? Ready
Yes,
tayo?
we're doing it now, Your Honor. We are actually, sir, Your Honor, most of our people now in the field are very competent, and
Galing.
of the total number of 32,000, around the correct figure now, sir, is 5,235 are nurses. Marami po kami nurses, more than 5,000. So these nurses will be filled in DEMS, Emergency Medical Services, and our limitations is the ambulance really, because
So start.
on a monthly basis, Your Honor, our responses for vehicular accidents, hindi na po bumababa sa 400 to 500. Ganun karami po.
Yung i-rescue ninyo yung
Vehicular accidents.
trap within metal structure, ano?
Yes, Your
I-rescue
Honor.
niyo. Very good. Sana talagang ayaw natin may mangyaring aksidente, pero sana kung meron man, we see you in the news reports na BFP ang BFP nag-rescue. Oh.
Mr. Senator,
Yes.
I might add, no? Yung pangalan na BFP is a misnomer dahil hindi lang fire, hindi lang baha, hindi lang bagyo, hindi lang earthquake, pati ngayon yung mga ordinary traffic collision, andyan, kasi sayang po yung 6,000 na nurses, nakaabang lang. So kung wala man lang mga natural disasters, nakagamit po sila. Kaya napaka-importante po talaga ng ambulances. For emergency.
Thank you for that. Because of our exchange nga ngayon, medyo na-broaden din yung understanding ko. Kasi kanina nung narinig ko, parang sabi ko parang baka unconnected. Pero ngayon because of because the name limits the function. Pero actually multifunctional na po sila ngayon. Tama po yan. Tandaan natin ang heroes sa New York, sa World Trade Center, the fire nila. Heroes talagang walang elevator, aakyat. Pero are your people that fit, Director?
Yes, sir, we are fit, really. We are fit.
Kasi
That we
talagang
should be.
believe ka talaga dun sa mga heroes na yun po. So thank you, Director. Secretary, sa COA report ng 2021, there is a difference of 163 million plus in the balances of DILG NCR and DILG RO12, which remain to be unreconciled. Kumusta na po ito?
Okay, can I ask Finance Director Esther to answer this?
Ano ito? 2.6 billion. Yan yung mga programs niya? Iba-iba.
Well, before, inahalap ako ni Esther, no? Alam ko may paliwanag siya, pero I would just like to announce to the body that we have just been given an award by the accounting group, no? We're one of the best government agencies. Saka kaka-receive lang po namin ng panibagong ISO rating for the agency. Esther, please.
So this, yung announcement ni Secretary, this is your achievement which you will share with your predecessors. Kasi siyempre, di ba?
It's really Secretary Anyo's time, so
over time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pero itong COA, it's not really your term din, 2014 po ito.
Yes, sir.
Ang tanong ko lang po, ayos na po ba ito para hindi na to, kunyari, next year, we will not expect it in the subsequent COA report na lalabas ulit yan?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we submitted already the latest update of our compliance with COA, and this has been recorded already. And corrected the errors already.
Okay, sige. Anyway, makikita naman po natin sa next year's audit report. Sana wala na po yan. Ito po, in the 2023 NEP, in addition to GASS and then support to operations, there is an amount 2.677 billion allocated for projects. Ano naman po ito? What projects are to be funded by this 2.677 billion? Am I correct muna with my figures or... Hindi, saan to? Tama tong natin figure? Tama? Gas ito, gas. Support of it, pang-apat na line. Support line. Hindi, natanong lang kami, Chairman, because siyempre na ang nakasanayan natin ay kita is General ano yung GASS General Administrative Support to services, and then support operations, and then operations. But the ALG daw, may napansin na staff ko, may projects, may fourth column kayo, 2.677. So, can we just understand ano yung fourth column na projects? Tama ba?
Mr. Chair, these are locally funded projects of the DILG, and that includes Seal of Good Local Governance Incentive Fund, 1 billion, and the rest are locally funded projects as itemized in the NEP. Yung malaki lang, sir, na locally funded namin are SGLG Incentive Fund.
Kano yun?
1 billion, sir.
1 B.
So if it's a NEP, sir, carry over yung 2021, which is not yet utilized.
So these are projects which are not deemed as operations.
Under the Prexy structure of the DBM, sir, they consider this as part of the operations,
Ayun
locally
na.
funded project.
Pero hiniwalay natin sa budget
sir.
presentation.
Yes,
Kaya,
sir.
okay. Mr. Chairman, pagka may mga fourth column, napapansin kasi natin even yung 8,000 pesos na checkbook ng isa. Pero you were just being extra meticulous na para sineparate ninyo. But okay. Sige. Kunin na lang, kunin na lang po namin yung detalye. Basta ang one project is, the biggest one is 1 billion pesos worth. The
SGLG Incentive Fund.
Incentive.
Fund.
Anyway, the mechanics will also be found naman siguro in your in your submissions, the mechanics on how yun naman siguro yung gusto malaman din secretary ng mga LGUs ng mga constituents mo, the mechanics on how to access the fund or how to win the recognition plus the accompanying financial prize, may mga ganyan di ba? Sige, Mr. Chairman, yung favorite ni Senator Bato kasi Mahindra pa ulit.
To inform the minority he's used 19 minutes already. I'm not telling him he can have as much time as he wants. But Senator JB also wants to ask.
Yes, second round. Magsisegue ako kasi NYCU second round ni Senator JB. I will ask NYCU before I end na lang. Yung favorite ni Senator Bato na Mahindra. Ano bang background yan? Okay, paano ba na-procure yan? And then ano ang learnings anong lessons learned natin diyan para hindi maulit yung ganyang situation na Secretary?
Well, siguro ika-clarify po ito ni Chief Surido. Dina-under nila ito kasi sa PITC. Well,
Yun lang, basta ako, I'm after what lessons we can learn ha para
ako, under our term, hindi na mauuso hindi na mauulit yung Mahindra. Hindi na everything of that kind at all. We will assure you that. Chief Asurid, please.
Medyo konting brief historical na lang.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir, before po kasi, sir, wala ko kasi kaming maayos na process yung procurement process po, sir. That's why yung pong mga big ticket po namin in the procurement, sir, idinaan po yan, sir, sa PSDBM and then duman sa PITC, sir. That's why Opo, sir. So, ang nangyari, sir, nung na-procure na po yung mga Mahindra, sir, so, meron namang na-procure din yung PNP, parang naging repeat order na lang po, sir. But this time po, sir, during the time of Senator Bato, sir, naayos na po yung budget, yung procurement process namin. So, limited na po, sir, or
Ulit po sinabi mo, General Azurin.
nung time po, sir, ni Senator Bato as the Chief PNP, sir, naayos po, sir, nila yung procurement process namin, sir. So,
Break ka muna, break. During my time, when I was the Chief PNP, pinalakas ko yung Bids and Awards Committee.
yes, sir.
And you were the secretariat of that Bids and Awards Committee. Kaya magaling natin back, di ba?
Actually, sir, hindi po, sir. Si Chief PNP Chigamboa so, noon ang ano sir, nasa DL sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sige.
Opo, sir.
Thank you.
Nais po sir nila. Yes, sir. Kaya wala na po, ano sir, ang bidding po sir, nangyayari na po sir sa PNP at may mga pre-procurement advance bidding na po kami sir na ginagawa. Kaya yung absorptive capacity namin ay tumataas na rin po sir.
Basta hindi, ang assurance is hindi na maulit. Pero yung mga, ito, recollection lang, yung mga, ano yan, mga rubber boats na hindi tugma ang engine. Kumusta naman ang, hindi ko na kasi ma-fix ang year niyan eh. Kaya ano na lang yan, general reputation na lang yan ng PNP tuloy. Kaya that's why you really need to fix things eh. Diba? Ganun, hindi ko na alam ng year yan. Body cams, kumusta ang body cams? Are these working? Are these being used or working? And then are the footages beyond manipulation? I mean,
Yes sir, they're working sir. Ang distribution po namin sir dun sa mga key cities po sir na medyo highly urbanized. So far sir, okay naman po sir yung ano namin sir yung sa body worn cameras namin. Yung mga rubber boats before sir, that happened mga 2010 po sir na ano na procurement po sir. Yes sir.
okay, so yan, I'm sure marami na improvements. Ang importante naman na natututo tayo because talagang ano, siyempre, hirap ang taong bayan, hindi naman niya i-memorize na in 2010, nangyari ito. Ang matatandaan ko lang is, sa PNP, nangyari ito. O yan ang problem. Kaya that's why we really have to improve and fix the image. Anyway, pagka good news ng good news, sunod-sunod, mawawala na, ultimately, good news na lang din yung maalaala. So, under the chief and under the secretary, with your collaboration and cooperation ninyong dalawa, teamwork, I'm having high hopes na for the PNP. Ang ano lang sir, yung Pogo. Ayusin yung Pogo kasi yan na naman ang panibagong na kasi nag-hearing si Senator Bato at Senator Win eh. Andun yung mga regional officers mo, medyo pabor sila for continuation of the Pogo operations eh. I mean, pag-isipan nyo mabuti yan kasi for example, ito na lang, nung hearing na yon, sabi, nag-zero ng criminality sa area ng Pogo areas kasi linagyan ng police visibility, ganon, etc. Binuhusan na resources doon. Pero alam naman natin, when the police is in place A, he's not in place B because limited ng tao natin, di ba? Alam natin yan. That's a rule of physical law na yun, physical law. Di happy sila to report, zero na yung kidnapping ng Pogo, whatever. The next day, ano headline news? The next day, after that hearing na happy ang police nag-report na zero na ang kidnapping ng mga Pogo or foreigners. Foreigners victimizing foreigners. Nag-hearing ng isang araw yon. The next day, ano yung headline? Assassination of Percy Lapid. So, happy tayo, police visibility prevented the kidnapping of foreigners by foreigners, but i-apply ko yung same test. What happened the next day? Pilipino na namatay. Sino? Maybe, hindi pa natin alam, wala pa tayong suspect, but ganun po yun eh. I mean, di ba, ganun eh. Ganun yun. So, pag-isipan po natin mabuti because of the cost, the social cost, manpower cost, the reputational cost. So I hope the PNP itself meron kayong brainstorming siguro, mag-ano kayo on what your official position will be also on Pogo because your regional officers have been asked and have expressed their personal position on Pogo and some of them like it to continue pero medyo malabo po yun. So before I end Mr. President para makasegue si JB sa NYC, andito naman si Mr. Academa, sorry. Si Ronald. Ano ba yung, Ronald, panood ko sa YouTube, ano yung incident ninyo with, may isang press forum? Ano ba pinag-awayan ninyo doon with Congressman Manuel?
Yes sir, good afternoon sir. Si Academa po. Ano lang po yan sir, kasi when we had our budget hearing po in the House of Representatives, lalo na sa plenary, Nagsalita po siya na massively corrupt daw po ang National Youth Commission and we are mismanaged. Then he is calling for my resignation po. And then until mag-resign daw po ako, tsaka daw po niya ipupush yung budget ng NYC. Hindi naman po kami makasagot. Alam niyo naman po sa plenaryo, pag galit na po yung legislator, hindi na rin po masyadong sasagot kahit po yung budget sponsor. Hindi naman po nung bumalik naman po ako sa NYC, kinausap ko naman po lahat ng division chief namin, tinatanong ko po kung ano po yung mga issues of massive corruption po ni Congressman Manuel. Nagtatawanan lang naman po yung mga taga-NYC dahil wala nga daw po talaga kaming budget. Ang last procurement po namin, wala kaming capital outlay, wala kaming building, wala kaming opisina. Ang last procurement po namin with the help of Senator JV po in 2019 was yung official vehicle po namin, Suzuki APV isa po. And our mandate po is to monitor 400,000 SK, isa lang po yung sasakyan namin. Kaya nung nasa forum po si Congressman Manuel, adjourned naman po ang session ng Congress, wala po siya sa plenaryo. Pinuntahan ko po siya, sabi ko, Congressman Manuel, alam mo, kung pwede lang sabihin mo dito yung sinabi niyo po, sabihin ko po yung side ng NYC. Kasi
Yan ba, yung tanong ko. So I'll cut you there. Pinutan namin, may COA findings naman yan, may 2 million something. Ayusin nyo na lang para hindi na natin makita sa next COA report.
Opo, sir. Sinagot naman po namin, sir.
Ayos na to. Ayos na ito.
Yes, sir. We have no disallowances and
Just like yung release ko sa DILG, sa NYC, ayos na to, na-explain na sa COA to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've noticed the amount naman.
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Salamat
you.
po, sir.
Thank you. So Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Did you want to say something? Second. I think the only one who will avail of a second round is Senator JV, our Chairman of Committee on Local Government. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro sa NYC lang. No? This is regarding SK rin, no? Because as one of the authors of the SK reform law, together with then Senator Balmong Marcos, I'm just concerned with the current situation, no, of the
Passed
SK.
an amendatory law last
Yes.
Congress when unfortunately you were not with us, but yung to fill in some of the perceived shortcomings, well, not shortcomings, but lacune, maybe a lack, like the secretary, wala sila pang bayad ng secretary, treasurer, and other officials. Just for the information of the body, Your Honor.
Yes, that's correct. No? But ang ano ko na sa NYC, Mr. Chair, because NYC is tasked to be, it functions as the secretariat in monitoring the SK. But also, according to the SK reform law, NYC should also be the one handling the leadership development of the Sangguniang Kabataan, because that's one of the more essential parts of the SK, no? Na talagang sinabi natin gawing priority yung leadership development and other youth related welfare programs na hindi pa paggawa ng basura, basketball court, pa-contest, panay-liga. So, ang pinakano natin dito, Mr. Chair, is really to emphasize on leadership thing. Tanong ko lang kay Yusek Cardema, nasaan na ba tayo? What has NYC done after the implementation of the SK reform law? Nasaan na ba tayo sa training? May mga syllabus na ba tayo napagawa? Sige po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During my first term po as NYC Chairman in 2018 to 2019, nag-serve po ako for 8 months as NYC Chairman. Napasakto po, sir, na kayo po ang budget sponsor po namin. Talaga ito po yung isa natin tinutukan na ibalik yung SK na hindi po yung nakasanayan natin dati na puro basketball po, puro liga, puro beauty contest. Talagang sinabi natin po yun at ang ginawa po natin ng 2018, pagkabalik po nila, ginador natin sila. Pina-introduce natin sila sa nagpa-SK Summit po tayo sa Teachers Camp sa Baguio together with the Philippine Military Academy and in-orient po natin sila on nation building kasi yun naman po talaga yung batas ng NYC Nation Building Act, Youth in Nation Building Act, sir. And madami tayong sinasabi sa mga SK na kaya kayo binalik ng ating Senado at Kongreso dahil gusto nga ng reforma sa inyong hanay at ayaw na rin ng ating mga legislators ng yung mga nakasanayang kabulukan sa SK. And after po nung first term ko, no 8 months na yun, kababalik ko lang po this January, sir, as NYC Chairman. Tinitingnan ko naman po yung mga ginawa ng mga SK and tinututukan po namin talaga, sir, yung parang orientation dito sa mga kabataan ito patungkol sa anti-insurgency kasi sinasabi ko sa mga SK leaders, yung ating mga pulis at sundalo, hirap na sila sa pag-protect at debensa sa 110 million population. Kayo, pag-asa kayo ng bayan, dapat man lang alam nyo, may konting orientation kayo, aware kayo doon sa pinaglalaban ng mga tropa ng gobyerno para kayo as government frontliners, mga kapag-asa ng bayan, makatulong man lang kayo doon sa pagmamindset sa mga communities, sa mga kabataan po doon. Pangalawa po, kahapon po, nagtatawag ako ng isang meeting sa NYC kasi nailabas po sa isang international study yesterday lamang na ang Pilipinas ang pinaka-disaster prone country sa buong mundo. And sino po dapat ang tumulong sa mga disaster preparedness efforts ng bansa? Ito po yung mga kabataan. Kasi kung hindi natin sila ipe-prepare sa disasters, sino pa po? Hindi naman po natin ma-mobilize ang ating mga senior citizens. Kaya po yun po yung mga tinututukan natin.
I know it's been 4 hours already, no? Kasi I was reminded by the chair, sila Sec Abalos has an engagement to go to as well. But ano ko na si chair, ito lang, no? NYC shall lead the components of the mandatory training programs under RA 10742 as amended. So one of the more essential and more important factors the SK reform law, yung mandatory training na maayos, no, na leadership development. So ang tanong ko talaga, nasa na ba tayo? Because if needed, you have to augment kung kulang yung para sa training development sa training and development, yun ang gusto ko malaman, no? Kasi that's one essential. Kaya nga kailangan malista tayo sa dating gawi ng SK. That's why we want to reform. We want to give emphasis on the leadership development. So, yun ang tanong ko, kung kinakailangan nyo na augmentation for this particular program, that's what we want to find out.
Thank you po, sir. Doon po sa punto na yun, sir, talagang kailangan po, sir. Kasi ang mandatory training ng ating mga SK, ginawa na po yan bago sila mag-assume noong 2018. Pagka panalo nila, they needed to undergo the mandatory training, then makaka-assume na po sila. So, karamihan po dyan sa SK ngayon, nag-mandatory training na. Ngayon po, mga continuing training po, mga modules on nation building po. And mapansin lang po ng ating mga senador, yung budget po ng National Youth Commission po sa SK po next year is 21 million. Mas malaki pa po yung budget ng ibang barangay SK unit sa Makati kaysa po sa budget ng NYC patungkol sa SK. Kaya pinitipid po namin, talaga pong binabantayan namin. And sana po makita po natin mga senador kung pwede pong ibalik yung 50 million as
prescribed by law, yun dapat 50 billion yung ilagay natin. Initial fund for training. So talagang medyo pala, na-slash pala siya. That's why I wanted to ask, no? Of course, sayang naman yung SK reform law, Mr. Chair, because we passed it so that it will improve. Kung ganito pa rin, no, tapos yung SK ngayon, there's still a lot of challenges, a lot of...
The president was one of those who worked with you on it, di ba?
Yes, actually, the president was then the chair of the local government. So I was one of the principal authors together with Senator Bamakina din. So yellow, red, and magkakasabay. At least for one law, nagkasama-sama. Aquino, Marcos, saka Estrada. Si Sec Benhoyata wants to answer.
Mr. Senator, considering the predicament of the NYC right now, what we're going to do is through the local government academy. This is the academic arm of the DILG, together with the DILG office, with our barangay department operations. We're going to help fill up the gaps of the NYC. We're going to help them with the modules, etc. So para tumakbo na ng gusto ito, and we already did that in 2018. Ganun po ang commitment po namin dito.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you very much for that interjection. No, malaking bagay kasi daawa ko naging 21 million na dapat 50 million by law yan. Naalala ko no. And ang sabi ko nga, if I may say, Mr. Chair, there JCI organization of which some member kami ni Senator Sani is a leadership development organization. Marami po yun. You can probably tap them to help augment. I think they will be more than willing to do leadership training for free. Yan ang namin leadership development organization.
Tencoco.
Pimentel also. He's a former general legal counsel of the
He was the national president of
Yes.
JCI.
So yun po siguro, Chairman Cardema, baka Iken, kasi marami, lalo JCI Manila, yung chapter, yung club ni Santa Angara, is a very strong organization and talagang forte nila leadership development. So, makakatipid kayo doon. We have very good trainers. We have very good naging mag-aayos ng mga product. Nandito naman sa harapan mo. si Senator Angara, Senator Sherwin also.
Ayaw na daw nila, sir.
Ayaw na lang.
Ayaw na daw nila.
So, yun po siguro, para makatipid and augment you. I know, mahal po yung mag-hire ng mga trainers, but I think they will be more than willing to do the trainings. And good news, Secretary Abalo said that the DILG will augment. Kasi nga nakakawa, naging from 50 million, naging 21 million pa. I understand the predicament. Talagang napakahirap kumilos with a very meager funds. Tapos considering na napakalaki ng scope. So yun lang siguro pag-usapan natin later on because we want the SK to work, no? Because that's the only youth program of government. Pag nawala pa yan, talagang baka hindi na natin kung saan ang pupuntang direksyon na ano. We want to work. Talagang marami pang challenges but we have to work on it together. Para sayang naman. Siguro yun na lang. Before I end, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the DILG family. Be rest assured of our support again as the former vice chair who defended this department and the PNP. Mr. Chair, to make note, nung time na very, very controversial, lalo na mga program sa PNP under Chief Bato, ang ginawa ni Sen. Lawrence, siya po ang chairman, pinasa sa akin 2 to 3 days before lagi. Pero I defended the PNP because I believe in the organization, no, that tulong-tulungan natin. So that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very much, Senator JV. Before I recognize Senator Tolentino, sandali lang po. I just wanted to raise with the NYC before we, meron pong, Chairman, meron pong finding na 8 out of 10 Filipino teenagers do not have a dream or ambition. 8 out of 10. Tapos dito naman sa PISA, that's an international survey, program for international student assessment of many different countries. Only 31% of 15-year-old respondents from the Philippines disagreed with the statement, your intelligence is something about you that you cannot change very much. So ibig sabihin nun, yung 69%, parang ay naniniwala na hindi magbabago yung sitwasyon nila. So could we at least keep that in mind when we develop programs? Let's try to medyo negative yung outlook or cynical yung outlook. I don't know if that's because of social media or prevailing attitudes, no? Pero let's keep it in mind and try to instill a more positive and hopeful attitude among our youth kasi sa karamihan yan na lang ang pinahahawakan nila, di ba? Yeah, please go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, sir, for that point. I saw a document here regarding that issue, sir. And in the Philippines daw kasi, sir, ito, mobile phone and internet usage ng mga kabataan, scarcity in public places and community parks and mga ganyan, sir. Sinasabi ko rin naman doon sa mga taga-NYC, bakit, for example, lahat naman sa buong mundo nag-i-internet ang kabataan at nasa social media. Pero yung mga kabataan sa Singapore, sa South Korea, iba yung mindset nila about their country. Ang mga kabataan sa Japan, talagang prepared for disasters like tsunamis, di ba? Ang inisip ko dyan, sir, kailangan talaga magkaroon ng parang overall approach sa pag-training, sa pag-orient sa kabataan Pilipino, sir. Ang isang panukala ng National Youth Commission, sir, yung paglalagay ng tri-level training sa kabataan Pilipino. Kung meron nagre-recommend ng ROTC sa colleges, ang nare-recommend po ng NYC, mandatory Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts sa elementary, mandatory CAT sa high school, and then ROTC rin po sa college. Bakit? Kasi po, kahit bata ka pa, kahit elementary ka pa lang, medyo matitrain ka na on very basic, on nation building, and pagpuntong mo na high school, yun na rin sa CAT, then ROTC, para hindi rin nagugulat yung bata pagsapit niya ng 18, tsaka lang siya magte-training on nation building activities, sir. So elementary pa lang natuturuan na. Ang sinasabi ko nga, sir, nag-gather kami, lahat kami, mga NYC chairman and youth ministers sa Beijing 4 years ago. Sabi ng mga counterpart ko, they are always preparing for disasters. Na nanggagaling daw yung bagyo sa Pilipinas muna bago pumunta sa kanila. So sabi ko, ba't ganun sa Pilipinas? A to Z yung bagyo, alphabet every year, kahit anong gawin mo, ganun na. We're not really preparing for disasters here. And sinong kailangan mo i-train, i-orient dyan? Kabataan talaga, sir. Kasi ang makikita mo, hindi naman senior citizens ang kailangan mo i-mobilize dyan. Yung mga sinasabi natin pag-asa ng bayan ang dapat. And we have the biggest youth and human resource here in our country, 110 million Filipinos. Sobrang daming kabataan na kailangan mo i-orient on nation building, sir. So, yun ang isa namin sinasabi, ibalik yung mga nation building trainings like scouting, CAT, and ROTC, sir, para ma-orient man lang yung isang buong henerasyon ng mga Pilipino patungkol sa mga nation building activities.
Well, anyway, this is not strictly budgetary, no, but so we'll pursue this in another forum. In fact, I have a pending resolution on it. But just for the record, the study identified the following as reasons which hinder dreaming among our young population. First is lack of conversation to nurture a child's dream or purpose. 2 is a lack of role models. 3 is limited perspectives in terms of challenging and encouraging them to make positive changes in the community. 4th is limited opportunities despite educational attainment. And 5th is limited resources which sometimes force young persons to choose between survival and pursuing their dreams. Just for the record, para you can, when we have a more serious discussion on this, baka you have, we could have more ideas to encourage the youth to dream again, no? Sige. Yes, Vice Chair De La Rosa.
Sir, I just would like to manifest that NYC through its chairperson, Ronald Cardema. Kapangalan ko pa, Mr. Chair. You have my full support as far as your advocacy on shielding our Filipino youth from the recruitment of the deceptive recruitment of the CPP, NP, and its legal funds. Suportado ko kayo sa inyong efforts and please continue. Kaya kayo andyan para alagaan yung ating mga kabataan. Sana huwag na sila magtaloko na pinasok dito sa CPP, NP, na which is espousing godless ideology. Kawawa ang kabataan. And thank you for your efforts. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Tolentino, you want to do a second round of questions, Your Honor? Just for the record,
Just a minute of
7.5 hours na po sila Secretary Diretso. Hindi pa po nagla-lunch. So, just for the record, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Take your time, sir.
I want to associate myself with the manifestation of Senator Bato regarding NYC. So dapat palakasin po yan na may magandang direksyon yung ating mga kabataan. Ganun din po kay Senator JB, yung nabanggit niya yung Development Academy of the Philippines. And for the record, modesty aside, Mr. Chairman, I have an ongoing engagement with the Development Academy of the Philippines. We've been sending local chief executives to Singapore via Zoom. I have tied up with the Lee Kuan Yew Institute, and we have ongoing courses, not just on good governance, sustainable development, climate change, etc., etc. Even during the start of the campaign. And most of those who registered won, Mr. Chairman. And in fact, are very active. One of those who is currently attending is the current governor of Sultan Kudarat. So it's an initiative between my end and the Development Academy of the Philippines, Lee Kuan Yew Institute. So my point here, Mr. Chairman, is that LGA should not confine itself with its own expertise. It can collaborate with other agencies similar to the Development Academy of the Philippines, as mentioned by Senator J.B. Ejercito. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, para
Very, very good suggestion and congratulations on that program. Let us know how we can support you, sir. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So if there are no other questions from the body, Senator Go will not ask any supportive of the budget of the DILG. Senator Bato, I think you want to make a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to move for the approval of the budget of DILG and its agencies, and to be presented to the plenary for deliberation. Mr. Chair.
Second.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Moved and seconded. There's no objection, so we favorably recommend the budget of the DILG, the PNP, and the attached agencies to plenary without prejudice to any possible increases in the budget. And thank you to Sec Ben-Hur, to PNP Chief, to Yusek Kiringan, Yusek Asek Aldan, and everybody, to Director Iral, everybody. Thank you very much for being here and your patience in answering our questions, Your Honor. We are here to support you, Mr. Secretary.
Sir, sobrang salamat po. Maraming salamat. Thank you.